Chapter 837. Sydney heaved a sigh of relief. It was the first time he was able to defend against the enemy's attack. What made him even more excited was that it proved his conjecture. The enemy's strange tactics were more agile, but at the same time, they were more scattered. Once he gathered his troops, it would be the enemy's time to lose, and he was extremely confident. He had never seen such a strange method of attack before. The soldier slowly fell, and a black figure suddenly shot out from behind the fallen soldier. A bewitching red blade aura suddenly slashed out from an inconceivable angle. Sydney did not know that he was being targeted. The situation was extremely chaotic. Previously, when the transport ships broke out of the poison mist, they were moving in different directions, causing the distance between them to be extremely wide. The transport ships were like headless flies, and were in a mess. The soldiers beside him cheered. Their morale was greatly boosted. Sydney's smile froze on his face, his body froze in place. "Tilda, this is." "Tilda," Sydney said anxiously. "Kai kai kai." The thin bloodwebs were like sharp blades, and a few soldiers were instantly dismembered, causing blood to rain down. "Defend. Hold your ground." Sydney took the chance to shout, "Everyone, gather towards me." Suddenly, a dazzling light aura pierced into his vision without any warning. A cold light flashed past his cold eyes. "Tilda, as expected of the Honorable Marshal Continent, any random army's military general is not ordinary." Tilda. Sydney's two consecutive roars immediately attracted Tang Tian's attention. The enemy was extremely brave and powerful, but they had a fatal weakness, which was that they were too few in numbers. With this number of people, they were unable to stop the other soldiers from returning. As long as he held on to the formation, every additional soldier would bring him closer to victory. A wind blade pontoon bridge appeared beneath GZE's feet, and the 20 over members who were proficient in wind laws made their moves at the same time. GZE held onto the bewitching blade. His figure became like a ghost. Stepping on the wind blade pontoon bridge, he instantly disappeared. Tang Tian remained expressionless. Sydney calmed down. The transport ships were too big and had poor mobility, and were easily hit. And upon being hit, with its weak defense, it would be smashed into pieces. The enemy's sneak attack was undoubtedly a success, but it was not like they had no chance of winning. Even with such heavy losses, they still held the advantage in numbers. Roars continued to sound out, as the soldiers around him rushed towards the bloodwebs. As expected, upon seeing that their general had stabilized his position, the Ratchet Army soldiers who were on the verge of collapse all had their morale boosted, and rushed towards Sydney. Clang! The energy barrier shook, but it quickly stabilized. GZE was thoroughly enraged. His continuous attacks were unable to break this tortoise shell. His chest felt like it was suffocating. He had always been prideful and arrogant. Other than losing to Tang Tian, when had he ever lost to anyone else? Tilda of entering the sacred of Saint Galaxy, of my of this of. No, he was ambushed. As long as he stabilized his footing, he would definitely be able to turn the tables. Sydney calmed himself down. He still had the advantage in numbers. As long as he did not panic, he would definitely win. One after another, black-veined patterns appeared on Tang Tian's fist aura, as though they were spatial cracks that led to an unpredictable void. When he exhaled, it sounded like the roar of a giant beast. The muffled sound contained the sound of thunder. The youth's face was as cold as stone, and his eyes were as indifferent as a lake. The flying debris and chaotic air currents did not cause any ripples. The chaotic battlefield did not affect him at all. The young man in the awakened state seemed to have removed his emotions, but he was able to bring his fighting instincts to the extreme. GZ. The concentrated sounds of collisions made one's teeth ache. His berserk nature erupted. He attacked crazily. His speed was extremely fast. The blood-colored blade auras that filled the sky pounced onto the energy barrier like rain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was like the hissing of 10,000 snakes. It was the sound produced by the high-speed flow of energy. Tang Tian's fist was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the surrounding energy. The more energy it absorbed, the dimmer its glow became, and the more terrifying the fluctuations it emitted became. The soldiers around him seemed to have woken up from a dream, and all jumped down from the ship and gathered around Sydney. Some of the quick-witted soldiers followed and shouted, Disembark. Everyone disembark. Gather around Sir. Everyone, gather around the Lord. As long as they were in formation, they would have the chance to win. But in that moment, Sydney had already hidden into the crowd, and even more soldiers rushed forward to protect their commander. Regiment after regiment of flames blossomed in the night sky, reflecting onto Tang Tian's face, flickering. Sydney's face changed, his eyes revealing disbelief. Tilda, how can a single person achieve such a density of attacks? Tilda, a bewitching red blade aura slashed onto the energy barrier. But the entire battlefield's gaze was attracted to the fist that was enveloped by the sun. The most important thing now was to get the soldiers to gather around him. Sydney was extremely confident. After suffering such a ferocious sneak attack, it was not strange for the army to be in chaos. But as long as he stood his ground, he was still alive, and the army would not be defeated. Crack. If he did not witness it personally, he would definitely scoff at such a tactic, and could list out a bunch of failures. Without the strengthening of synchronization, the power of the attacks would be greatly reduced, and the attacks could only be coordinated but not fused, etc. But when he saw GZE gasping for breath as though he had just been fished out of water, staring at him fiercely, Sydney laughed. The thick energy barrier was like a crispy biscuit, his wrist piercing through. The scene in front of him seemed to have frozen. On the surface of the gigantic light barrier, a ferocious and imposing figure that resembled a demon god waved his fist. Hearing Tang Tian's bellow, GZE did not hesitate, and rushed out like an arrow. GZE's face was extremely ugly. The attack that he was confident in actually failed, causing him to lose face. He snorted, his figure flashed like a ghost, and appeared at the other side. The blood-red blade aura lit up, and a few heads flew into the sky. The fist aura that was as bright as the sun dimmed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just at that moment, the soldiers blocking in front of him suddenly froze. A black net-covered golden crow scorching sun fell to the ground. Tilda, I was actually beaten to such a sorry state by such a tactic. Tilda, even if you are strong, but with such an intense attack, you definitely cannot last for long. Tilda, the crowd that was originally like a tidal wave suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in Sydney's direction in shock. His body that was like a bow seemed to have been injected with a surging berserk power, and his fist suddenly disappeared. But the army in front of him had completely toppled his understanding. But for the enemy's general to be so calm, it surprised him. After a full half-minute of attack, it was like a torrential storm. A figure that resembled an ancient demon god had unknowingly appeared outside the energy barrier. The golden armor wrapped him tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes that resembled 10,000-year-old ice plains, so cold that there was not a trace of warmth in them. Two soldiers' eyes immediately turned red. They roared and pounced forward, using their bodies to collide with the blade aura. The young man that resembled an armored demon god twisted his waist and raised his arms. Sydney bit his lips tightly. From time to time, there would be explosions in the crowd. The high temperature and flames were like terrifying monsters, continuously devouring the soldiers. The ice-cold and sharp ice blades silently stole lives from the darkness. The thick and powerful lightning snakes snaked around. Everywhere they passed, it was a path of death. Sydney was not a useless person. He immediately reacted, and used all of his strength to shout, "Disembark! Everyone disembark! Get closer to me!" Sydney's body trembled slightly. Every blade aura would cause the energy array to tremble, and a wave of power would be transmitted to his body. Although after being split, the power was not as strong, but it was still too concentrated. He had already discovered a few different attributed energy attacks, which also meant that the mysterious army's attacks were being released by the soldiers. That's right. The young man's body was like a drawn bow, brimming with an unparalleled beauty and explosive power. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped Sydney, and he almost blurted out, "Assassin." The Sacred Saint Galaxy's army emphasized on synchronization. The greatest use of the soldiers was to provide energy and synchronize with their comrades, and how to launch attacks, what kind of attacks to launch, were all decided by the military leader. In other words, it was to gather all of the soldiers' energy into the military leader, and create an even stronger individual. The bewitching blade sliced through the bodies of the two soldiers like tofu. Time seemed to slow down, his movements seemed to be in slow motion. It was extremely clear. Following his movements, The energy in the air suddenly awoke, and frantically surged towards Tang Tian's fist. Clang, clang, clang. The entire battlefield was under his control. Following that, an indescribable terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield, as though a fierce beast that had been slumbering for 10,000 years had awoken from its slumber and opened its eyes. Even the energy in the air seemed to be shocked, and suddenly stopped moving. The bewitching blade seemed to have absorbed even more blood, the red light became even more intense, the bewitching aura became even more intense, releasing buzzing sounds. The dark red blade suddenly softened, transforming into a boneless blood snake that pierced through the soldier's body, transforming into a blood net that enveloped Sydney. Especially when he noticed that the soldiers that were closing in on him like a tide, the nearest soldier was not even 10 m away from him, causing the smile on his face to become even wider. That's right, I've never seen them before. GZE's attack missed, but he was not surprised. GZE's recovery was not as good as Fu Zhengji's, and that was related to laws. GZE trained in blood laws, and with the dense energy of the sacred Saint Galaxy, it made it difficult for him to affect the blood in the enemy's body. As for Fu Zhengji's chief green swords, they walked the path of poison and space, and were much less affected. The Ratchet Army's training was finally displayed, the soldiers' bodies all lit up with light auras, and the surging energy surged within the formation. Sydney took a deep breath, and a gigantic energy barrier enveloped them. The soldiers found their backbone and calmed down, and started to move closer. Chapter 838. They found it hard to believe, the Ratchet Army was not some cannon fodder army. How could they be defeated so quickly? That was an army of 5,000 men, how can 200 men fight against 5,000? We won. Looking into the distance, when the light aura dimmed and disappeared, and the night returned, Sima Xiao said indifferently. Whether he was deliberately mystifying, or was he truly capable, it could be seen from the respectful look on his grandfather Frank's face. He spoke in a lazy tone, but was always able to hit the nail on the head, and hit the crux of the problem. Just a few casual sentences would cause everyone's eyes to light up, and after thinking about it, they would feel that it had a deeper meaning, and that it could be done. Plop sounds came out. He always unknowingly becomes the leader of the conversation. Everyone felt their vision darken, the boat beneath their feet started to sway, and they were unable to stand. Countless dazzling flames and lightning flashed outside the energy barrier, causing them to feel as though they were in the eye of a storm, causing the energy barrier to tremble. Bang! That's right, it was the Honorable Marshal Continent's top 5 armies, the 5 Honorable Marshal Tigers. The bodyguards sat on the deck, their pale white faces covered in perspiration, their dazed eyes were unfocused, they gasped for breath with all their might, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Energy storm. Sima Xiao chuckled, he stretched his back and said lazily, "What benefits do I get?" Not more than 5. Franks thought quietly in the night. He was not surprised at all, if they were to trust anyone they met on the road, they would have long been swallowed whole. But, he did not have the intention to give it away for free. How could the idea of the Scorpio King be so easily obtained? Energy storm, it is an energy storm, the legendary energy storm. Compared to it, Macefield Trading's predicament was nothing. As long as they could grab onto this thread of hope, Macefield Trading's predicament would instantly disappear, and they would only have a brighter future. Before coming to the sacred Saint Galaxy, Sima Xiao had always placed himself on the same level as Tang Tian, he had the capital and confidence to do so. Scorpio constellation was one of the 12 ecliptic palaces, and was stronger than Ursa Major constellation. In terms of strength, how could Sima Xiao, who had the Magatama, be afraid of Tang Tian? The air distorted, the countless of energy currents in the chi wave were like a school of fish chasing after the waves, causing the chi wave to become even more powerful. Wherever it passed, the grass turned to dust, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Its power was extremely astonishing. The grass was completely sent flying, and the ground was plowed with deep radial marks. Even if it was a hard rock, sparks would fly in all directions after being struck by the shrapnel, but once it was touched by the energy flow, it would instantly shatter. After the confusion, it was shock, fear, and reverence. Johnson's expression suddenly changed, and anxiously said, "Get on the boat. All aboard. Raise the barrier. Quick. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Sima Xiao's face. She felt that the young man in front of her was not much older than her. How could he be so powerful? Her grandfather was the person she trusted the most. If it wasn't for her grandfather, who could barely stabilize the situation, the Chamber of Commerce would have collapsed long ago. Unknowingly, this fellow had left them further and further behind. It was a terrible feeling. The arrogance he had a moment ago disappeared without a trace. The chestnut-haired youth's heart was filled with bitterness. Time slowly passed, the night sky became darker, and Melissa stood on the deck, feeling slightly cold. The sturdy hull of the ship let out a teeth-numbing sound, and an unprecedented fear enveloped everyone. On the distant horizon, a transparent white line rapidly enlarged in their field of vision. The whistling sound in the air became even more terrifying, and from the previous sharp and shrill sound, it became a low rumble. Many of the shopkeepers left the Chamber of Commerce to find another way out, causing the Chamber of Commerce to become weaker. Tilda, as expected of a godlike young lad, the might of this attack is much stronger than before. Tilda Macefield Tradings was not doing well, and was getting worse by the day. Although everyone was working hard, but the results were minimal, the old carriage slowly but steadily slid into the abyss. In the past 10 years, the profits of the Chamber of Commerce had been decreasing every year, and last year, the Chamber of Commerce had suffered losses for the first time. Sima Xiao could hear the cautiousness in the other party's voice, and laughed it off. Melissa thought that she had heard wrongly, and immediately revealed a look of anger. Tilda, this man is truly too rude. Tilda maybe, he needs a proof of allegiance. Tilda, a 200-man army was actually not inferior to the 5 honorable martial tigers. With such a comparison, regardless of whether it was the experienced and far-sighted Franks, the experienced Johnson, or the quick-witted Melissa, all of them were at a loss. Just a simple storm would definitely not have such a terrifying might. Only an extremely intense energy undulation would be able to cause such an energy storm, and even the energy in the air would be stirred and resonated. Even Johnson himself was at a loss. They did not underestimate the strength of the bandits, but the energy storm had completely changed their view of the army. Suddenly, a dazzling light aura lit up in front of them, causing the pitch-black sky to become as bright as day. It was as though in the next moment, the sun was about to leap out from the horizon. Their poor imaginations were unable to imagine such a scene. One after another, white light regiments flew out from the transport ships into the sky. The white light regiments continued to rise, and the brightness continued to rise. The blazing white light illuminated the surroundings. Everyone did not understand what was happening, but they still returned to the ships, and all of the transport ships activated their energy barriers. Everyone finally saw the scene in front of them clearly, and all of their faces changed. Do you have any suggestions for the future of our Chamber of Commerce? Franks could not help but ask. He had a pleading look on his face. Sima Xiao's leisurely look always made people have the urge to go up and punch him. Melissa was not a rich young miss who had not seen the world, although she was young and immature in many aspects, but she worked hard to participate in the management of the organization. Compared to people of the same age, she had much more experience, allowing her to have a good judgment, and was able to roughly differentiate the other party's standard. Franks was startled. It was the first time he had met such a direct person. But he was after all immersed in the business world for many years, and his shrewdness and breadth of mind were not comparable to ordinary people. He spoke cautiously. What do you need? Please state your price. But from the Sin Domain to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, the difference in strength between the two of them had slowly widened. Even after returning to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, Magatama's strength had not only recovered completely, but was even stronger than before. But Tang Tian's improvement was even greater. After a while, everyone could clearly see it. Johnson was slightly better. He did not sit down, but held onto the railing tightly, his face as white as paper. Franks was extremely excited. He knew that no matter what, he could not miss the opportunity. The situation of Macefield Tradings could not be dragged on any longer. If there was no change, it would only walk step by step towards decline and destruction. He casually chatted with Franks, and it could be seen that the young man called Sima Xiao was extremely relaxed and fearless. After listening for a while, the unhappiness on Melissa's face disappeared, and what replaced it was respect. It was as though it was the end of the world. In the legends, only the top-grade armies could unleash destructive attacks, and only then would they be able to form an energy storm. The sharp and strange whistles pierced through their eardrums. The scene in front of them was stifling, causing Melissa's mind to go blank. As long as it existed, its might was enough to intimidate the world. Maybe just relying on this army, they might not be able to seize the world, but to protect a trading organization, or even more, it was more than enough. Furthermore, there was hope. Just at that moment, suddenly, a soul-shaking strange whistling sound came out into everyone's ears. The whistling sound went from low to high, as though it was coming from afar. Everyone opened their eyes wide, trying their best to see what it was, but it was pitch black in front of them, and they could not see anything. Sima Xiao's expression congealed. Even though they were so far away, he could still sense the intense energy undulation. It was easy to imagine how earth-shattering the attack was. Tilda Magatama automatically appeared because she sensed the undulation. Tilda, regardless of which side the army belongs to, whether or not it is the honorable martial continent, it doesn't matter. Tilda, everyone slowly regained their senses. That's right, they were at a loss. It was a gigantic wave of air that was over 20 kilometers long. It stuck close to the ground and flew towards them at an astonishing speed. Melissa's face was pale white without a trace of blood. She suddenly understood that it was the energy storm that was produced by the dazzling light. Frank's and Melissa's bodies froze. Their faces were overwhelmed with shock. Tilda, that. We won just like that. Tilda's strength was the foundation of everything. It was a world where the strong ruled, and Sima Xiao was extremely clear on that point. Unknowingly, Magatama had appeared behind him, her beautiful eyes filled with splendor. Melissa was startled, her face was filled with shock. She never thought that her grandfather would actually ask Sima Xiao about such a huge problem. Tilda, what a powerful undulation. Tilda, flames, lightning, ice and frost could be faintly discernible in the wave of air. It was the dazzling light auras produced by the collision of different attributed energies. Everyone had the fear of surviving the calamity, as well as being at a loss. After an unknown period of time, maybe it was a few seconds, maybe it was a few minutes, but the trembling explosions and heart-palpitating screams gradually faded away, and the boat that was swaying in the wind and rain also gradually calmed down. After a full 2 minutes, Johnson slowly released his palm, which was hanging down trembling slightly. He looked around in a daze. The entire fleet was forcefully pushed out over a few hundred meters. They looked to be in a mess. All of them had different degrees of injuries, but luckily none of them were severely injured. The only thing he was worried about was how to gain the other party's trust. Even the smiling Sima Xiao was definitely not someone who could be coaxed easily. If there were no tangible benefits, he would definitely not be able to move the other party. Johnson's face was filled with anxiety as he bellowed, "Honorable Marshal Bullet." Sima Xiao stood up and looked into the distance. Tilda, in the entire Honorable Marshal continent, how many armies have the ability to create an energy storm? In the sacred Saint Galaxy where armies ruled, in the world where the strong ruled, in the world where the strong ruled, in the world where the strong ruled, what better opportunity could there be? Tilda, they actually saw it with their own eyes. They did not even have the time to think. The explosion that caused them to tremble instantly appeared in front of the fleet. The ground was in a mess, one after another, deep scars extended into the distance. Chapter 839. Tang Tian was curious about Sima Xiao's expression, and said, "Of course, we can't let them run, so we can only kill them all." Tilda, oh my, this godlike young lad is so strong. Tilda, it was completely different from when they left silently. Tang Tian revealed a fierce expression, and slashed out with both of his palms. After a few more battles, the God Armor army's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Frank swallowed his saliva with difficulty. All of his plans were all scared away. Tilda, where did these fellows come from? Tilda, they speak as though they have no choice but to kill them. Tilda, Sima Xiao asked casually, "Kill them all?" An indescribable fear and cold intent surged from the bottom of his feet. It was as though he had seen 5 terrifying monsters sweeping through the Honorable Marshal continent, one after another. Fist auras that resembled the sun brought along a destructive aura that rained down, and armies after armies wailed under their blades. The defeated soldiers were like headless flies. Wanting to stop them from escaping caused Fu Zhengji and the rest to have a headache. Thus, a cruel hunt began. Understood. Franks nodded his head. The warship that suits Master's configuration. I recommend the White Wind warship. Out of all the warships that my guild manages, the White Wind warship is an extremely outstanding silver-grade warship. It is fast, has strong attacks, and the standard number of people fighting is 200, which suits Master. GZE was extremely dissatisfied with his performance previously, but after the hunt, his performance was as though he was a completely different person. He gradually found a few tricks, and his strength increased explosively, until the end. The bewitching blade in his hand was like a death god. Wherever it went, life would end. Tang Tian knew that the bigger the warship, the easier it was for Nai Chiu to command. The Null Division had powerful bodies, outstanding discipline, and unparalleled tacit understanding. They were naturally suited for warships. If there was a warship that could completely accommodate the Null Division, with Nai Chiu in command, then the warship would be a true moving stronghold. To them, it was undoubtedly a brand new exploration, but regardless of what kind of exploration it was inseparable from the tempering of actual battles. Tang Tian was also extremely tired. After removing the god armor, he sat on the ground. His face was pale white, and the strange thing was that perspiration could be seen with the naked eye. His face, hands, and body could not stop. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. The eyes of the crew members were filled with awe. Tang Tian desperately gasped for air. His brain was a little muddled, and his body was on the verge of collapse. When the God Armor army returned, they did not hide their tracks at all. In the vast wilderness, the 200 men of the God Armor army moved at full speed, cutting through the wind and breaking the waves. They passed through the thick sea of clouds, bringing along a sky full of rumbling sounds and the faint light of dawn. From the horizon, they entered everyone's vision. From the initial confusion, GZE and the others began to understand how to cooperate. The surroundings quietened down. Fine, bandits it was. Francois gritted his teeth and asked carefully, "May I ask what kind of warship sir needs?" "It's all broken." Tang Tian felt his heart ache. The price of a standard military transport ship was quite high, and buying a warship in Red Soil City would also require a lot of money. The God Armor army with only 200 men revealed a tyrannical aura that looked down on the world. They were all killed. Franks and Melissa, who were behind Sima Xiao, felt as though they were struck by lightning, and were dumbstruck. An army of 5,000 men was completely wiped out by 200 men. This. Franks, who regained his senses, suddenly spoke out. "It's not like we don't have a 5,000-man warship." "Big warship." Franks was startled. He tactfully advised, "Master, as long as the number of people is less than the minimum requirement, the warship will not be able to fight." Tang Tian's shocking godfist had completely erased Sydney, causing the Ratchet army to crumble. But Tang Tian's plan was not to defeat the enemy, but to destroy them. He did not want the Null Division to obtain the warships and cause the Honorable Marshal Continent's attention to them. It was not only him, the others also reaped the same benefits. The possibility of death at any time in a real battle brought about a completely different experience and effect from training. Charging, driving, hunting, this set of tactics immediately turned them into seasoned hunters. After that, when they understood how to use the traps laid down by laws to conceal their killing intent, their hunting efficiency increased greatly. Franks then understood, then how big of a warship does Master need? A 5,000-man warship. After a moment, he regained his senses, although his body was still exhausted, but his mind was extremely excited. The closer they got, the more intense the pressure became. Even Tang Tian himself was shocked by the might of the fist. Of course, it was only for a second before he became complacent. Godfist's might was unparalleled. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Then to be able to create Godfist, how powerful must the person be? Everyone on the ship felt their vision darken. It was the God Armor army that had suddenly stopped above the fleet. In that moment, the entire fleet was suffocated. It was just 200 figures, but they actually had the feeling of covering the entire sky, as though a gigantic dragon that had walked out from the ancient times had spread its wings, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire fleet. "You really killed them all?" He could not help but ask. It was a pity that Qi did not see it. Their bodies were exhausted, But their minds were extremely excited. It was their first battle after entering the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Winning the first battle was a huge boost to their morale. More importantly, many of them had reaped great benefits from the battle. Even the reason is so natural. The fist that he unleashed was definitely the strongest attack he had ever unleashed in his life. Oh my god, is the end of the world coming? That can't be helped, let's not pursue defense for now. Tang Tian knew that to achieve that, the defense had to be low, so he added, but it cannot be too weak. The bigger the better, it would be best if it can hold 5,000 people. Tang Tian gestured, 5,000 people is probably not enough, even if I wanted to buy it, it seems like I can only consider a 1,000 people standard for now. If not, then 800 is also the standard, since it's just for practice. The young man who was immersed in his sorrow did not notice the other people coming over. But Tang Tian also knew that a warship that could hold 5,000 people was already the largest scale warship. To any powerhouse, it was a strategic grade warship that could not be bought with money. For example, GZE. What about the transport ships? Sima Xiao asked. Tang Tian did not make a move, and to the members of the God Armor army, it was the best opportunity. Amongst them, the majority of them had not even recovered half of their strength, and many of them were like GZE, their laws were weakened in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and they needed to find a new suitable fighting method. Hearing that, Tang Tian immediately cut him off. A small warship that can hold 200 people? What I want is a big warship. Franks's mouth was wide open as he stared at Tang Tian in a daze. The sneak attack previously caused the Ratchet army to lose more than half, but even after Sydney was killed, the number of defeated soldiers still exceeded 2,000. And they only had 200 people, which meant that every one of them had to kill 10 people. The difficulty of fighting was not high, but the difficulty was preventing the enemies from escaping. Tang Tian was considered to have a better understanding of warships. He thought for a moment, then said, Silver grade, the warship weapons that they are equipped with are mainly blade-type weapons. They have to be fast and agile, and have outstanding endurance in fighting. The process of hunting and killing was a difficult and bitter battle, and the disadvantage in numbers was displayed in such a battle. But they did not disregard Tang Tian's orders. The God Armor army landed. All of the soldiers had expressions of exhaustion, but their entire bodies were covered in blood, and killing intent lingered around them. It could be seen that the bitter battle was not easy at all. Tang Tian was unable to help them explore. The rumbling sounds were like thunder, following the surging airflow and rumbling into the distance. Sima Xiao's footsteps slowed down. His mood was terrible. He knew that with his own strength, even if he brought his most elite 200 men, regardless of what method he used, he would definitely not be able to wipe out the entire army. Tang Tian's nagging caused Franks to regain his senses. Sima Xiao, who was suffering from internal injuries, frowned like a ball of yarn. The young man looked at the sky speechlessly, sighing at the cruelty and mercilessness of life. Qi was not around, and Bai Shuai was not around. He could not accept the fact that the bandits had taken the initiative to find the Ratchet army. Since when did bandits become so ferocious? When Sima Xiao said that they had won, the energy storm that followed made him completely understand how powerful the bandits were. But no matter how powerful they were only 200 men. How could 200 men wipe out 5,000 men? But silver-grade warships with 1,000 men were still rather common, and that meant that the Null Division needed 5 warships. But even so, the battle lasted for 2 whole hours, and every one of them was exhausted. His heart trembled. Could it be that the bandits have other comrades? He realized that he had underestimated the strength of the bandits. That's right. How can such strong bandits exist alone? 200 against 5,000, is that a joke? That must be a joke. Tang Tian muttered, without money to buy warships, seems like we can only snatch them. The Honorable Marshal Continent was attracted to the desolate city, but that was a later plan. Could it be that they have 5,000 comrades? Franks trembled. From last night until now, it was the first sentence that he had heard from Tang Tian that matched his identity as a bandit. Blood flowed like a river, and wails filled the land. My actions are so childish. I'm about to cry because of my own handsomeness. What do I do? Franks, who had a stomach full of ideas for half a day, suddenly felt his mind go blank. He opened his mouth wide, his face filled with shock. Franks nodded his head. If that's the case, it will be hard to achieve a high defense. Tang Tian seemed to have awoken from his dream, and nodded his head instinctively. Yes, we killed them all. The 200 bandits in front of me wiped out the Ratchet army, but 5,000 bandits. Hearing that, Sima Xiao understood, and laughed out loud. The warships are not for us to use. That's right, it is not easy. The high speed breaking through the air caused the ground to tremble, as though it was welcoming the triumphant return of a hero. What an unpleasant tone. Chapter 840. That's right. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Just as Franks was feeling confused, he heard Tang Tian say to Sima Xiao, "Seems like Zhongli Bai did well." A 5,000-man warship was hailed as an ultimate army warship, meaning that it could hold an entire army, and was currently the largest warship. In every type of warship, they were differentiated by bronze, silver, and gold ranks, while the ultimate army warships only had one rank, which was the gold rank. Legendary battleship. Honorable Marshals roar. Tang Tian was roused. The Whitefields continent was shaken. Francois had completely calmed down at this moment and spoke frankly with assurance. After 200 years, many of its designs have already become outdated, including many places that have decayed. However, the main structure of the ship remained intact. The Honorable Marshal's Roar's keel was forged from 100 years of Honorable Marshal Continent storage of Honorable Marshal Continent mixed with star iron, which was one of the strongest alloys. The ribs of the boat were made of silver crystal wood that was more than 500 years old. At that time, the Honorable Marshal's ship's decommissioning had caused many arguments, but it was completely different from the second-generation Ultimate Army warships, and could not be used, so they could only be decommissioned and sent to the warship graveyard. At that time, all the valuable things on Honorable Light had already been dismantled, but its most valuable keel and hull, because at that time, it used a crystallization technique, they were connected together and could not be dismantled, so they could only give up. Franks knew that Tang Tian and the others did not have a deep understanding of warships, so he explained in detail. "Master, we need to be careful of the Gold Continent bandits, it is better to avoid them," Franks said worriedly. But Franks and Melissa could not laugh at all. Tang Tian's tone did not have any hint of a smile, and his indifferent words revealed killing intent, causing them to tremble. Franks broke out in a cold sweat even faster, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A powerful killing intent enveloped him, making him feel suffocated. The main structure of the hull has been completely integrated into a huge crystal that can't be dismantled. Franks explained, its advantage is its high strength. It's very strong, and a battleship made with it will be much stronger than other types of battleships. However, if any part of it was damaged, the entire ship would completely collapse. In other words, this hull has no recycling value. However, it was too late for regrets. He braced himself and said, "Sir, I am not speaking nonsense." Tang Tian stood up with a whoosh and spoke swiftly, "Where is the warship graveyard? What is body crystallization?" Sima Xiao could not help but ask curiously. A group of bandits operating mechanical weapons had appeared in the Whitefields continent, and were suspected to be from the Gold Continent, numbering over 10,000, they were extremely ferocious. They were hailed as the Gold Continent bandits, and it was said that they were driving a mechanical puppet that had never been seen before, which was extremely ugly. "Oh." Tang Tian responded with a calm expression. He lowered his head and spoke respectfully. "This lowly one is talking about the legendary warship Honorable Marshal's Roar." When Gze, who was meditating and resting, heard this, he opened his eyes and stood up silently. His hand was already on the hilt of the bewitching blade. He narrowed his eyes, and a ferocious glint flickered in his eyes. As long as Tang Tian gave the order, he would unsheath his sword and behead Frank without hesitation. The corner of Sima Xiao's mouth blossomed into an undetectable smile. The "we" in Frank's words revealed the intention of defecting. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, his killing intent soared into the sky. Frank's face turned pale white, the intense killing intent caused him to perspire profusely. He knew that as long as he replied incorrectly, he would die. It was not only him, even the Macefield tradings would be implicated and face a calamity. An indescribable killing intent enveloped the entire place. Even if it could not compare to the current generation's Ultimate Army warships, but against ordinary warships, it was an absolute advantage. He noticed Melissa and Johnson's reactions, and knew that the old man was not speaking blindly. Upon hearing the words legendary warship, it was as though they were injected with chicken blood. Tilde, for a warship to be hailed as a legendary warship, it is definitely not an ordinary warship. Tilde Tang Tien understood what he meant, and said, "Continue." Along the way, there were trading fleets and mining groups that were retreating from the Whitefields continent, all of their faces revealing looks of fear. The tragedy of Arthur City was still fresh in their minds, and yet another group of even more ferocious Gold Continent bandits had appeared. How could they not panic? Even the Western Traders, a huge organization, had suffered heavy losses. How could the other smaller organizations be spared? Tilde, could it be that he only becomes serious at the crucial moment? Tilde, Melissa and Johnson exclaimed in unison. Hearing that, Tang Tien laughed out loud, and Sima Xiao could not help but smile. The Arthur City bandits only had 200 men, while the Gold Continent bandits numbered over 10,000. Even the Daylight Army, a proper army, was almost completely annihilated. Who could protect them? In the depths of his heart, what made Tang Tien even angrier was, Tilde, could it be that this young lad's taste is so bad? Tilde, he has held it in for long enough. Sima Xiao laughed. What you mean is, we should obtain the remains of the Honorable Marshal's roar, and then reassemble other things. Tang Tien pondered. Tang Tien did not understand. Isn't that good? The hull is more important. Tang Tien was truly angry. He initially thought that there would be a good way, but in the end, it was a 200-year-old trash. Tang Tien's expression became serious. Hey, old man, if you think that I'm easy to trick, then your Melissa or whatever organization can forget about existing. Franks's eyes opened wide, as though he was struck by lightning. He was petrified. It was rare to see bandits that numbered over 10,000. Bandits were usually undisciplined and untamed, and to be able to gather so many bandits without breaking apart, the bandit leader was definitely a powerful character. Melissa or whatever organization, that sounded like a joke. Master, please allow me to report. At that moment, Franks decided to throw caution to the wind, and calmed himself down. The Honorable Marshal's roar is the first-generation Ultimate Army warship, and also the first Ultimate Army warship. At that time, the Honorable Marshal Continent wanted to create an unprecedented Ultimate Army warship, and thus designed the Honorable Marshal's roar. Many of its designs are already outdated, but at that time, the Honorable Marshal Continent gathered the power of the entire continent to create it, and never considered the cost, thus the quality of the materials used was the highest in history. After that, everyone realized that the Ultimate Army warship's service time would never exceed 50 years, and 50 years was enough for the technology to make a qualitative leap. Thus, many places did not require expensive materials, and the cost of the Ultimate Army warship quickly dropped. Until now, the Honorable Marshal's roar is still the most expensive warship. When Franks heard Melissa's report, he felt bitter in his heart. Tilde, if these people know that the Ratchet soldiers have been completely wiped out, they will probably escape even faster. Tilde, Melissa was the one in charge of gathering information. After this experience, it made Franks understand that Melissa needed to gain experience. No more, no less, the Honorable Marshal Continent had a total of 5 Ultimate Army warships. The Honorable Marshal's roar is the first-generation Ultimate Army warship. With outstanding achievements, it was decommissioned 200 years ago. But because of its outstanding contributions, the higher-ups set up a special place for it in the warship graveyard as a sign of respect. The warship graveyard is in the Whitefields continent. Sima Xiao glanced at Tang Tien. A strange feeling surfaced in his heart. The Tang Tien in front of him was a completely different person from before. The previous Tang Tien was naive and pure, like a crazy young man. The current Tang Tien was stern and stern. He did not reveal any emotions on his face, and was a formidable and ambitious person. Ultimate Army warships were things that could not be obtained through other channels. Any Ultimate Army warship was a gold-grade warship. Tilde, do I look so easy to fool? Using a pile of 200-year-old trash to fool me, you must be tired of living. Tang Tian was not joking. 3 days after hearing the rumors of the Gold Continent bandits, an even more shocking news spread throughout the Whitefields continent. Master is wise. Franks took the chance to flatter him, and continued, although the Honorable Marshal's roar is only left with the hull, but it is still the strongest ultimate army warship hull. As long as we spend some effort to repair it, it will still be an outstanding warship. And it is also the only way for us to obtain an ultimate army warship. Intolerable. 1 is the problem of cost, it is too high. At that time, the Honorable Marshal continent poured all of their strength to create one Honorable Marshal's roar, and were unable to create another one. One ultimate army warship is too small, and the Honorable Marshal continent needs more than one. The other problem is the problem of repair. Even if it is not sturdy, after being damaged, it can still be repaired. And the crystallized body of the warship, once it is damaged, it will crumble, and cannot be repaired. Just as Tang Tian and the rest were heading towards the warship graveyard, they received news from Zhongli Bai. Hearing that, Tang Tian frowned, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Old man, are you looking to die? The warships that were retired 200 years ago are all rotten. What? Do I look like a trash collector? Is that his true self?" The figure that resembled a war god seemed to overlap with the imposing figure in front of him, and all of the guesses and suspicions disappeared without a trace. The Whitefields continent had never suffered from bandits before, and in that moment, everyone felt insecure. So when Franks said that there were 5,000 men warships, everyone was startled. Melissa could not believe her own ears. What's wrong with grandfather? Why did he make such a low-level mistake? The Honorable Marshal's roar's flaws did not matter to Tang Tian. Not compatible with the current designs? No matter, I will just throw it to Sai Lei to redesign it. The cost is too high. Anyways, he does not need to create an ultimate army warship. So what if it crumbles after being damaged? Anyways, it's free. The Gold Continent bandits suddenly attacked Daylight City, and engaged in an intense battle with the Daylight Army. The battle was extremely intense, and lasted for 3 days. The Daylight Army suffered a devastating blow, and less than 50 people managed to escape. Such a warship was something that no trading organization could have, even the Honorable Marshal continent did not have many of them. Only the direct subordinate armies of the 5 great generals had the possibility of equipping an ultimate army warship, which was also the commander's warship. Furthermore, it was not impossible. Chapter 841. To Franks, it was the same. The benefits of the family far outweighed the benefits of the Honorable Marshal continent. To leave the Honorable Marshal continent and go to the Gold Continent, as long as it could allow the family to develop better, why not? Like an old soldier that had been through hundreds of battles, quietly sleeping. A gigantic skeleton warship that was the size of a mountain was completely silent. Well, Franks couldn't describe what he was feeling at the moment. He was still in a daze. In the eyes of the outside world, the Honorable Marshal continent was united and strong, with a tight organization. But the Honorable Marshal continent had only unified the various continents in the western region for a short period of time, only a few hundred years. In the tens of thousands of years of history, the Honorable Marshal continent was just a new ruler. Even though they had thrown the various continents' royalty, aristocrats and aristocratic families into the Sin domain. But the disgust the various continents had towards their rulers had always existed. It was just that the Honorable Marshal continent adopted a high-pressure policy, and thus no one dared to say anything. Everyone else nodded their heads. That was true. Everyone were battle maniacs. As long as they had a bit of wealth, they would not be stingy with their weapons. The Honorable Marshal continent has more than 10 warship cemeteries, with the western region having the most, with 8. Since it is desolate and sparsely populated, they can just casually pick a piece of land. Many of the warships that are decommissioned will directly head to the warship cemeteries, and after removing all the valuable items, they will be thrown into the cemeteries. In the decaying grey cemetery, under the sunlight, they could no longer see their majestic posture of shuttling through the artillery fire in the past, the howling wind could no longer be heard, their roars that caused their enemies to tremble in fear in the past could no longer be heard. Tang Tian suddenly laughed. his eyes once again becoming clear. One after another, grey warships were piled up like mountains. They were densely packed, extending for over 10 li. The old grey color was endless. It was a grey cemetery, the home of the warships. Warships of all sizes were riddled with scars. Many of them had already decayed and broken. Spiderwebs could be seen everywhere, with the occasional appearance of wild beasts. He had never forgotten the bitter days when he had to show his face for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Tyrant Tang had also been poor in the past, and knew of the suffering of the world, so he could not bear to waste it. That's right. Tang Tian did not even turn his head. What's wrong with respecting the enemy? Tang Tian and the rest listened to Frank speak with great interest. The power behind Master is definitely immense, and it is highly possible that Master is an aristocratic family from the Gold Continent. The power that the Master had displayed was just the tip of the iceberg. If Master comes from the Gold Continent. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the warship graveyard that Frank mentioned. Even in the cemetery, it was still like an arrogant king, maintaining its dignity. All the battleships in the graveyard were like a circle of guards, standing guard at the side. Frank's had always been extremely confident in his judgment. The accumulation of time and rich experience had given him keen insight, and this was also what he was most proud of. However, the strength that he was most proud of was thwarted time and time again by the Daran. If it wasn't because he made a mistake in his judgment, then it was because it was out of his expectations. Tang Tian and the others were shocked by the scene in front of them. The Gold Continent bandits that destroyed the Daylight Army were actually under Master. This is a different magnitude. There was no doubt that the Honorable Martial Continent was strong, but in the face of history and culture, it was powerless. The only thing that interested them was the mechanical puppets of the Gold Continent. Mechanical puppets were a tradition of the Gold Continent. With over 10,000 years of history, it was another system. It was said that the training of the Gold Continent's martial artists was completely different from the Honorable Martial Continent. They needed to spend a large amount of time on how to control the mechanical puppets. After a long time, he gradually calmed himself down and broke free from the shock. Franks was extremely motivated. Melissa was shocked by everyone's actions and subconsciously blurted out, "Aren't you all bandits? Aren't you all enemies with them?" They walked on the path that their ancestors had walked on. In the midst of the blade lights and fire shadows, the roars of the warships, they advanced shoulder to shoulder. Facing the dusky world in front of them, it was the first time that everyone directly and deeply felt how powerful the Honorable Martial Continent was. It was in the center of the graveyard, and was different from the other casually placed warships. There was nothing in a 200 m radius around it. But he started to doubt his own eyesight. They had never surrendered, they fought side by side, and they held on to their dreams. Luckily, his decision was not wrong, and that was Frank's greatest joy. The power that the Master had displayed was definitely not simple. After calming down, Frank's mind became much clearer. With the flow of time, they would grow old and leave, and at that time, would the people still remember them? Franks felt that the Master had definitely heard the hidden meaning in his words. Tang Tian turned and stared at the old man for a long time. Wait, just you wait. The young man's heart was silently accumulating resentment. Melissa was speechless. Are you looking down on bandits? Tang Tian stared at the old man with an unkind expression, although he was a bandit for the time being, but he still had to protect the dignity of a bandit. Tang Tian's face no longer had the usual playful smile. He had a solemn expression as he stared at the grey graveyard, at the 100-war-old warships. He thought about Bing, thought about the Southern 10 armies, he thought about himself, thought about the Ursa Major constellation, thought about the Southern Alliance. Frank's eyes revealed a look of praise, and spoke with profound meaning. Master's bearing is extraordinary. How can bandits have such bearing? This is a different future. If we were to say that Frank's was previously filled with doubt and worry about his choice, then now, the Gold Continent bandits are actually Master's subordinates. Previously, he had decided to rely on Tang Tian because of Tang Tian and the God Armor Army's powerful strength. A top-grade army was more than enough to protect a trading organization like Macefield Tradings. But a top-grade army, with a large organization behind them, its power would be 10 times or even 100 times stronger. to the point that it was unimaginable. Tilda maybe master comes from the Gold Continent. Tilda the warship graveyard was located in a remote area, and the fleet of Macefield tradings quickly left the crowd. The people of the God Armor army had been keeping a low profile recently. They did not train outside the ship like before, but stayed inside. Franks was a typical example. Their homeland had been conquered, they were powerless to resist, and had lost their faith. They did not dare to go against the honorable Martial Temple, but the disgust in their hearts could not be removed. The honorable Martial Temple also understood this point, so the benefits of the honorable Martial Continent would always be given to the Western traders, and not Macefield tradings. This was undoubtedly the most natural connection. The Gold Continent bandits numbered over 10,000, and all of them used mechanical puppets. That was definitely not something an ordinary organization could do. Of course, Tang Tian would definitely not want to throw them away. That's too much of a waste, such a big ship, to throw it away just like that. Tang Tian lamented. The gains from a single battle would usually exceed a long period of training, especially for the God Armor army, who had a solid foundation and only needed time to adapt. Their understanding of the Gold Continent was limited to the fact that it was the largest continent in the Eastern region, and the overlord of the Eastern region. Tang Tian took a deep breath, and suddenly bowed to the countless of old ships. Franks was startled. Sima Xiao thought about it. He looked at Tang Tian deeply. He finally understood why Tang Tian was able to create one miracle after another. Franks had traveled extensively when he was young, he had a lot of experience, and was eloquent. He had heard of all sorts of interesting things, and thus the journey was not boring at all. Tilda once a legend, once a king, honorable Marshals roar. Tilda when that thought popped out, he could no longer suppress it. Franks did not care about the Gold Continent and Honorable Martial Continent being enemies. He did not have any good feelings towards the Honorable Martial Continent. Tilda living for a lifetime is enough. What does living for eternity have to do with me? Tilda the years had taken away their companions that fought alongside them, and also made them old. They slept here, and slowly passed away. Tilda how many warships are there? Tilda no one knew. Regardless of where they stood, facing these sleeping old soldiers, no one would not be moved, and no one would not respect them. Franks became more excited the more he thought about it. Seeing that, Sima Xiao could not hold it in and laughed out loud. It was the first time that Franks felt that he had lived like a dog, but it was not that he was inferior to the master. The master was a genius, and he knew the difference between geniuses and mortals. Franks knew that the Honorable Marshal's roar was stopped at the warship cemetery, but he did not know the exact location. The group of people started to search the large cemetery, and after an hour, they finally found their target. To the Honorable Martial Continent, the Gold Continent was undoubtedly a foreign place. The Gold Continent was located in the Eastern region, while the Honorable Martial Continent was located in the Western region. The two were separated by more than 100,000 li. Like the Whitefields Continent, it was the westernmost part of the Honorable Martial Continent, and the Gold Continent was too far for them. What was even more intolerable was that Tyrant Tang could not afford to waste it. After a long while, everyone recovered from the shock, but all of their faces had a trace of respect. The abandoned warships were piled up like corpses. Every single warship was covered with scars, showing how many battles they had experienced in their lives. Even if their names were lost in the river of history, even if they did not accomplish anything great, but everyone had fought side by side, and every single person around them were real, all of their feelings were sincere, and the ideals in everyone's heart would accompany them for life. All of these warships have basically reached the end of their lifespan, and do not have much value, and the cost of dismantling them is very high. It is different now. The materials of the warships have all been processed, and cannot be used repeatedly, so naturally there is no value in recycling them. As for the weapons, they are extremely worn out. Adding the development of technology, no one wants them. Weapons are things that are used to protect one's life, and if one has money, they will naturally buy good ones. Franks explained. It was the first time that Franks felt that a person was unfathomable. You will never know how many trump cards he has, and every time you think that you have seen the master's trump cards, but after a while, you will realize how stupid and short-sighted you are. The God Armor army behind him also bowed. Chapter 842. He was not trying to shirk the responsibility, The ultimate army warship was a top-grade warship, and those who had the ability to modify it were definitely Grandmaster-grade shipbuilders. Forget about Macefield tradings, even the entire Honorable Marshal continent did not have many of them. Rumble. Franks was startled. Could it be that Sir had a master shipbuilder under him? The Null Division's current warships were all seized by them. Looking at the swaying warships that looked as though they were drunk, Zhong Li Bai was filled with a sense of superiority, and was even more determined to never sit on Nichio's warship again. He would rather die than sit on a battleship again. It was a form of torture. A real man is someone who drives a monster as fast as lightning, Zhong Li Bai muttered. His spirit was slightly weak from sitting on the warship for the past few days. Not only him, but the other team members around him also looked like frosted eggplants. Once they got used to monster running around, they were not used to sitting on the battleship. That feeling of emptiness made these fierce warriors feel dispirited and listless. Screw raised his head and stared blankly at the wreckage of Honorable Marshal's roar. "Don't worry." Tang Tian waved his hand and said, "I'll take care of this." Franks was old and could not see clearly, but he heard Johnson exclaim, "Daylight Army." Tang Tian didn't explain and just kept working hard. For some reason, Franks heaved a sigh of relief. If a Grandmaster Shipbuilder Spirit General suddenly appeared, he felt that he would go crazy. Master Shipbuilder Spirit General, Master should actually be the illegitimate son of the Temple Great Clan Elder, right? Gold Continent Bandits. Tang Tian could not help but look at Screw. The Southern Cross brand had long entered deep into Screw's soul. When a battleship was docked, it accidentally crashed into a pile of wreckage, raising a cloud of dust. "What do you think, Lord Modding?" Franks revealed a look of worry. "The organization has shipbuilders in Red Soil City, but I'm afraid that their ability will not be able to handle a warship of the Honorable Marshal's Raw's grade. Who knows if the army to exterminate the bandits is already on the way. The earlier the Null Division forms their fighting strength, the more advantageous it is for them." The hull of the ship had been completely dismantled, leaving only the core of the ship. However, the keel was, as Franks had said, abnormally strong. No matter what they did, they couldn't leave a mark on it. Even Tang Tian's godly fist could not shake it at all. Franks had been secretly observing the master's subordinates. He had seen countless people, and all of them had extraordinary bearings. With one look, he could tell, but, when the Null Division generals saw the wreckage of Honorable Marshal's Raw, they all opened their mouths wide and revealed looks of shock. "Master Luo is there." When Zhong Li Bai mentioned Screw, his face involuntarily revealed a look of respect. The current entire monster army would call him Master Screw. Sai Lei Molung. Or Sai Lei Molung. Who was this? With Sai Lei's crazy research personality, he definitely had a lot of ideas. With Screw and Molung's help, he believed that it would not be a problem. "Screw!" Tang Tian shouted. Screw did not feel anything and reached his hand into the bronze toolbox. "Crazy Tang, will this be our battleship in the future?" Amauri's eyes lit up as if he had seen a huge toy. Screw turned around and looked at Tang Tian in confusion. "All right." Screw did not beat around the bush and nodded his head. He turned and spoke to Zhong Li Bai, "Toolbox." Tang Tian did not care about the Null Division's reaction. The control of a warship was extremely complicated, and he himself was not much better in the past. Tang Tian immediately smiled and shouted, "What are you all standing for? Come and clean it up." After 2 days of tireless cleaning, the Honorable Marshal's Raw's wreckage looked brand new. The luster of the silver crystal round wood was breathtakingly beautiful. The star iron that had been mixed with Honorable Marshal origin stones would release a gentle white light at night. Thinking about it, the battle between warships is much more intense than an individual. And the Honorable Marshal's Raw that was designed to be the strongest warship, was built with extremely expensive materials. How could it be destroyed so easily? He had not thought about it clearly previously, and had a sudden inspiration. Now that he had truly found the wreckage of Honorable Marshal's Raw, he realized that he had overlooked the most important problem. And even he felt that it was a pity to casually find a shipbuilder, as it was a waste of such a good hull. If not for the entire hull being crystallized, any piece of scrap material could be sold for a huge sum of money. Now that everyone looked at the hull that had been crystallized, they could only drool. After boarding the Honorable Marshal's Roar, they were able to directly experience how enormous it was. As expected, Tang Tian said, "Then can you map it out? We will go and discuss it with Sai Lei Mo Lung." Franks chuckled. "Why won't anyone want it?" "It's because no one dares to take it. Ultimate Army warships are strategic weapons, just like large-scale siege boats. No trading organization or family dares to touch it. Don't tell me you want to go against Temple. As long as anyone dares to stretch their hands over here, Temple will immediately come and find you to have a good talk." Running to Screw, he gently placed the metal cabinet on the ground. His careful demeanor made it seem as though he was holding onto a porcelain that would shatter upon contact. Suddenly, a fleet flew over from afar. Before entering the sacred Saint Galaxy, he had always been suppressed by Naichio. But after obtaining Monster, they were finally able to unleash their fighting capabilities. The first battle caused everyone's eyes to light up, as they destroyed the Daylight Army. Although the insignia on the warship had been removed, but Johnson was extremely familiar with the Daylight Army's warships, and was able to recognize them. Tang Tian was enlightened, and smiled even more. "That's right, that's right. They can only benefit us for free. Since we are bandits, we need to find Temple to have a good talk." "I don't know." Screw shook his head. "I am not familiar with warships." In the next moment, Zhong Li Bai carried a half-meter tall metal cabinet and sprinted over. Even for Franks, who was experienced and knowledgeable, and had heard of the legends of the Honorable Marshal's Roar, but personally witnessing it, he was still shocked by the luxurious materials used by the Honorable Marshal's Roar. There were no other patterns on the bronze chest, only a large Southern Cross Army insignia. This place is truly hard to find. Countless of questions swirled in Frank's mind. Previously, everyone was skeptical of Frank's words, but after personally testing it, they realized that the Honorable Marshal's Roar was truly powerful. Hearing that Tang Tian wanted them to clean, all of them were filled with enthusiasm. It was not a small project, it was truly too big. More than 200 years had caused it to change beyond recognition. Large patches of vines covered the entire hull of the ship, making it look like a green waterfall. The interior of the ship was a paradise for wild beasts, with feces and urine stains everywhere. Every corner was covered with spiderwebs, with all sorts of insects roaming around. Tang Tian worked while asking, "Such good dragon bones, why doesn't anyone want them? Anyways, it's free." The crowd automatically split apart, revealing Screw's figure. Tang Tian was surprised. Zhong Li Bai was an arrogant and untamed person, but he never expected him to be so obedient towards Screw, causing him to be surprised. When the fleet flew above the warship cemetery, a group of people jumped down from the warship, with Zhong Li Bai at the lead. "Can this ship be repaired?" Tang Tian asked with anticipation. The Null Division generals appeared in front of Tang Tian. All of them had ashen faces and awkward expressions. To perform so badly in front of the master was truly embarrassing. On the contrary, Naichio had a calm expression, without any embarrassment. Franks muttered to himself, "There should be 3 Grandmaster shipbuilders in the Honorable Marshal's Roar in the Honorable Marshal's Roar. Master Liu is far away in the Liu continent. Master Cameron and Master Derek are both in Temple. Sigh, do we really have to find a shipbuilder? What a pity." But Franks, who had been paying attention to Tang Tian from the start, had a thought. "Tilda, why is Master not disappointed? Does Master have any other ideas?" "Tilda, I'll bring it over now." Without saying a word, Zhong Li Bai turned and ran. Especially since the ones controlling the warships were all novices. "If it can be repaired." Tang Tian had a pleased look. He turned and asked, "Where's Screw?" Zhong Li Bai finally had a chance to hold his head high. The only thing he was worried about was time. The news of the Ratchet Army and Daylight Army's destruction could not be hidden. Many of the trading groups had already escaped from the Whitefields continent, and the nearby garrisoned armies and the Western traders would definitely receive the news. Franks was too old, and could not handle the physical work, thus he sat not far from Tang Tian. As for Melissa, she was not as lucky, and followed along with them to clean up. Tang Tian had never known what it meant to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Luckily for them, they were not squeamish people, and worked extremely efficiently. Johnson revealed a serious look. a light flashed past Frank's muddy eyes, while Melissa revealed a look of curiosity. The Gold Continent Bandits' reputation was currently at its peak in the Whitefields continent, and the trading groups that escaped from the Whitefields continent had described them as demons and ghosts. Oh! Zhong Li Bai covered his face with his hands, revealing an expression that he could not bear to watch, and then spoke to Tang Tian with a righteous look. Master, I feel that we need to train in long-distance raids, and using this method to blend in with the journey, the results will definitely be obvious. Master, you don't have to feel sorry for these brats. Franks and the rest all looked at Screw, their faces were filled with shock. Could it be that this dull-looking spirit general is actually a Grandmaster shipbuilder? He immediately rejected his own guess. A Grandmaster shipbuilder was not an achievement that anyone could achieve. The Southern Region and Honorable Marshal Continent had the highest standards in shipbuilding. The Southern Region specialized in trading ships, while the Honorable Marshal Continent specialized in warships. The Southern Region had 2 Grandmaster shipbuilders, while the Honorable Marshal Continent had 3, and the world had a total of 5 Grandmaster shipbuilders, all of whom were extremely famous. Tang Tian was filled with confidence. That was where his confidence came from. With the cooperation of the 3 mechanical Grandmaster shipbuilders, as long as they had the time and materials, he had the confidence to even reconstruct a new Honorable Marshal's roar. To anyone who had become a Grandmaster in their own domain, his comprehension and accumulation was extremely terrifying. Tang Tian had once given some information about the sacred Saint Galaxy warships to Sai Lei a long time ago, but due to the lack of materials, Sai Lei did not build a warship. Wasn't the Daylight Army killed by the Gold Continent Bandits? Frank's expression froze. Master, how much do you like being a bandit? But, to have a good talk with Temple. Truly tyrannical. Chapter 843. When Screw's hand touched the bronze chest, the half-meter-tall bronze chest blossomed like a flower. Countless of different bronze components flew out, causing everyone to be dazzled. In the next moment, a bronze workbench appeared in front of Screw. It was undoubtedly an extremely daring, risky, and radical plan. The mechanical martial artist's fighting capabilities could not keep up with the mechanical spirit weapons, and if word of it were to spread, he would not be able to bear the shame. Melissa and Johnson immediately reacted, their faces changing as well. Everyone had secretly guessed the origins of the group, but no one had guessed that they were from the Southern Alliance. The Southern Alliance and the Honorable Marshal Continent were fighting intensely, and they were at a disadvantage. How could they appear here? This is the westernmost part of the Honorable Marshal Continent. Could it be that the Southern Alliance crossed the entire Honorable Marshal Continent and came to such a desolate place? It was already inconceivable for the Southern Alliance's army to suddenly appear in the westernmost part of the Honorable Marshal Continent. And the one leading this army is the leader of the Southern Alliance. They suddenly realized that Temple was in danger, but regardless of how they looked at it, it was an outstanding plan, and in theory, it had a high possibility of success. He did not know how shocked the 3 of them were. And for Tang Tian to personally take the risk and execute the plan with fearless courage, he was definitely a leader worthy of respect. Everyone held their breaths, while Zhong Li Bai and the rest revealed looks of respect. Tang Tian happily waved his hand. I will not let you guys suffer. But Screw's next action caused Tang Tian to be startled. Franks hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, I wonder what position Master holds in the Southern Alliance. Screw then took out a silver ruler that was overflowing with light. On it were countless of minute scales that seemed to be constantly changing. Compass top. Paipa gave it to me. Screw said without raising his head. Franks was dumbstruck. The scene in front of him was completely out of his comprehension. And, it's a spirit object. But when Franks said the word Southern Alliance, they were jolted awake. Tang Tian laughed, but did not say a word. Pictor constellation was truly too small and secluded. It was one of the southern sky constellations, and its usage was extremely unique, and was usually used by professionals. My eyes must be failing me. Frank's face was filled with self-mockery, his expression turned solemn and he said, From now on, Macefield Tradings will only follow Master's lead. Franks, Melissa, and the rest were dumbstruck. When had they ever seen such a mystical mechanical technique? All the more he shouldn't have said it out loud. Melissa's face was filled with shock, while Johnson heaved a sigh of relief. Maybe to Macefield Tradings, it was a gamble, but to him, it meant that his life was temporarily preserved. Tang Tian was enlightened, but in the next moment, he saw something else in Screw's hand, and his eyes widened once again. It was an exquisite silver compass, and it was spinning around in Screw's hand like a top. Zhong Li Bai, who was by the side, was not too surprised. They had long experienced Master Snail's power. It was normal for Master Snail to be powerful. It would be abnormal if he wasn't. In the past few days, their monster army had long been renewed. For the first few days, Master Snail was immersed in researching various materials, and Zhong Li Bai did not think much about it. But after a few days, when Screw started to strengthen the monsters, Zhong Li Bai was completely stunned. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open. Screw's ability to use star treasures had already surprised him, but to be able to combine and use star treasures together, that was too powerful. After a long time, the three of them did not react, causing Tang Tian to feel awkward and angry. Do I not look like it? After strengthening the monsters, their performance would increase by at least 30%. Tang Tian did not know what to say. Compass constellation was also one of the southern sky constellations, and like Pictor constellation, it was a typical small constellation that was rarely used by martial artists. As expected of the chief mechanical engineer of the Southern Cross Army, the drawing frame in Screw's hand shot out a light beam, which expanded in front of everyone and transformed into a light screen. In the light screen, the Honorable Marshal's Raw's outline continued to improve, and like a waterfall of data, it poured down from the right side of the light screen. Tang Tian was filled with curiosity. Screw had taken out 3 silver star treasures at once, causing Tang Tian to be filled with anticipation towards how he would measure the Honorable Marshal's Raw. Screw's ability to use silver star treasures had already surprised him, but what made him even more surprised was that he actually took out 3 silver star treasures at once. As long as Tang Tian and the rest were to make their move, the huge advantage at the front lines would not be of any use, as distant water could not quench the present thirst. The situation of the war would enter an extremely subtle and dangerous stage. The bronze workbench was filled with all sorts of strange and exquisite tools. It was a dazzling sight, causing even Tang Tian to be shocked. He never thought that the seemingly small bronze toolbox would actually hold so many things. This is a leader worth following. SSSSI. The three of them sucked in cold air. Pictor constellation? Tang Tian asked with uncertainty. Mochi constellation, who gave this to us? Tang Tian's tone was certain. He was rather familiar with the constellation, as Jing Hao had trained in the inheritance of the constellation a long time ago. But Jing Hao had long broken through the restrictions of Mochi constellation, and stepped into a wider domain. For a spirit general to have 3 spirit objects in his hands, and they were all powerful and mystical spirit objects, it was definitely out of his imagination. Wait a minute, spirit objects. A thought suddenly flashed past his mind, and he blurted out, Southern Alliance. Screw looked to be sluggish, but upon touching the mechanical objects, it was as though he had become a different person, brimming with spirituality. Zhong Li Bai finally understood why the Ursa Major constellation was able to become stronger the more they fought, and finally understood what it meant to be a mechanical grandmaster. The Leo constellation had researched on the Ursa Major constellation for so long. If they were to know the truth, who knew what they would feel? But Zhong Li Bai did not have the interest to care about the Leo constellation. He was currently a military general of the Ursa Major constellation. Furthermore, the increase in monster's fighting capabilities made Zhong Li Bai, who had just raised his eyebrows for a few days, feel an immense pressure. Compass constellation? Tang Tian blurted out. It was too obvious. A small and exquisite silver drawing frame appeared in Screw's hands. The familiar undulation made Tang Tian immediately realize that it was a star treasure. But what made Tang Tian unable to comprehend was that Screw actually knew how to use star treasures. Since when does Screw know how to use star treasures? Countless of thoughts flashed past Frank's mind, and in the next moment, he made a decision. In truth, they no longer had any leeway to choose. Even if Tang Tian did not kill them, the news of him plotting against the Honorable Marshal's Raw with the Southern Alliance would spread out, and Temple would definitely not let them go. Temple's high-pressure policy towards the Honorable Marshal continent had never changed. And with such a crime, no one from Macefield Tradings would be able to survive. Screw, who stood in front of the bronze workbench, suddenly had a change in aura, as though he had become a different person. His stupefied face suddenly became lively, and his pair of eyes that had always been perplexed became extremely focused, like the stars in the night sky, flickering with light auras that no one could look at. Tang Tian then realized, no wonder Zhongli Bai and the rest respected Screw so much. I am Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not hide anything, and said calmly, the boss of the Southern Alliance. Tang Tian had actually brought his army to the westernmost area of the Honorable Marshall Continent without anyone knowing. They no longer had any path of retreat, even though Tang Tian was smiling indifferently, but as long as they chose to leave, none of them would be able to leave. In the past few days, he could already see that although the master looked harmless normally, but at the crucial moment, his methods were extremely ruthless, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Zhongli Bai did not dare to relax, and continued to train his subordinates even more fervently. Whether or not Zhou Ye could stop Tang Tian was the deciding factor in the war. If he could delay until the three great armies destroyed the Southern Alliance, or until the front lines returned, then Tang Tian, who was deep inside the Southern Alliance, would be trapped. And if Zhou Ye was unable to stop him, then Tang Tian's army would become a fatal dagger that stabbed into the heart of the Honorable Marshall Continent. Upon saying that, the old man knew that he was in trouble, and his face turned pale white. Recently, the Sacred Saint Galaxy had many spirit objects, and only the Southern Alliance was known for it. The three of them were dumbstruck, it was dead silent. They had personally witnessed the fighting capabilities of the God Armor army, and the current Honorable Marshall Continent only had Zhou Ye's direct subordinate army that could cause an energy storm. If Tang Tian was able to repair the Honorable Marshall's roar, adding the Gold Continent Bandits' mechanical army, it was the Honorable Marshall Continent's weakest moment. Screw then threw the floating light rectangular ruler into the light screen, only to see it transform into a ray of light, and countless of scales appeared on the light screen, like fine red needles dancing around. Macefield Tradings was a local trading organization. With their help, the success rate of the entire plan would increase greatly. Floating light rectangular ruler, Ding Dang gave it to me. Screw said indifferently. Upon seeing Tang Tian's expression, Franks's heart sank, all of their faces turned ashen as they trembled in fear. Previously, they felt that relying on Tang Tian was not a big deal, since Macefield Tradings was not important in the Honorable Marshall Continent. For example, the Gold Continent and the Honorable Marshall Continent were separated by a huge distance, and the conflict of benefits between them could be ignored. But the Southern Alliance was different. They were currently fighting with the Honorable Marshall Continent, and if Macefield Tradings were to rely on the Southern Alliance, the Honorable Marshall Continent would definitely kill them. Franks felt as though he had fallen into an icehouse, his lips trembled. Previously, if he had suspected that Tang Tian and the rest were related to the Southern Alliance, he would definitely not have made such a choice. At that time, the crux of the battle would be the battle of time. They suddenly thought about it. Ever since the start of the Southern expedition, there had been countless of reports from the front lines, but they had never seen any news of the Southern Alliance's leader. Even the Spirit General Commander of the Southern Alliance had appeared many times. No matter how stupid a person was, they would understand how this would affect the situation of the battle. The Southern Alliance actually stealthily laid down a fatal killing technique. It was a true killing move, with 3 of the 5 great generals attacking, Muji Xia guarding the borders, and the entire Honorable Marshall Continent only had Zhou Ye. Silver light painting frame, Sai Lei gave it to me. Screw said without raising his head. The gyroscopic compass in his other hand transformed into a ray of light and entered the remains of the Honorable Marshall's roar, only to see a black dot appearing on the light screen, and in the next moment, the black dot started to move, forming a black line. Chapter 844. Melissa was startled. What do you mean by other place? Hurry up, young lads, all of you better be alert. Why is there such a huge difference? Melissa muttered. Zhongli Bai's mind was roused. Red Soil City without the protection of an army was like a delicious meal to the monster army. The 3 of them were stunned by Tang Tian's powerful words, and the entire laboratory became quiet. But when they started to run, no one would have such a thought. Mo Lung did not waste his time either. His foundation was different from Sai Lei. And his research direction was different as well. After a while, the madness in their eyes gradually subsided, and they calmed down. Sai Lei, Mo Leng and Screw discussed and argued about the Honorable Marshal's roar for the entire night. Melissa was speechless. From what we can see, the Honorable Marshal's roar's hull itself has the corresponding circuits, although some of the circuits do not have high energy efficiency, and are rather old-fashioned, but it has an advantage: it can withstand an astonishing amount of energy, so we might as well increase the energy flow, since star rocks in the Sacred Saint Galaxy are not worth much. And we can use star treasures, and use it as the frame of a stronghold. What Screw brought was not only the data of the Honorable Marshal's roar, but also a large amount of information on the materials in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Zhong Li Bai swept through the Daylight Army and swept clean Daylight City. His gains far exceeded anyone's imagination. But Screw was indifferent towards the riches. From the start, he had placed all of his attention into testing and researching on the various materials. "That's too crazy," Melissa exclaimed. Because of the Mo family, he researched more on how to dig out the potential of ordinary materials, and how to optimize the mechanical mechanisms to increase their performance while lowering their costs. He concluded many mature theories, and the Mo family's mechanical spirit weapons became more and more famous in the past few years. The Mo family's mechanical spirit weapons were never the best, but were at a relatively outstanding level. But the Mo family's mechanical spirit weapons were always the best to use, the fastest to master, and the most cost-effective mechanical spirit weapons. "I don't know." Johnson shook his head. "That's all I know. Only the higher-ups know, and there is a saying that Temple already knows of that place, and wants to conquer it." "Not from the southern region?" Melissa's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. She only regained her senses after a moment. She spoke softly with an indescribable shock in her voice. "Could it be the Gold Continent?" As for whether or not the Southern Alliance would win, she had never considered it. Melissa suddenly thought about what Temple had said, and revealed a look of shock. "Don't tell me that when Temple said that the Southern expedition was aimed at the Southern Alliance, was that true? We don't have many rare materials right now. Most of the main body of the ship needs to be made from ordinary materials. I suggest using an embedded structure as the main body. This can greatly increase its strength, and then use loose building blocks to wrap the outer layer. In this way, if it is attacked, its loose structure can absorb a considerable amount of energy, and its main body will not be damaged. It's probably a kind of tradition." Johnson said uncertainly. "They have the tradition of walking in the sea of energy. I think they want to use this method to train the soldiers' willpower." Temple's reason for the Southern expedition was that the Southern Alliance had offended the Honorable Marshal Continent's benefits, but this was scoffed at by many people. Even the citizens of the Honorable Marshal Continent thought that Temple's goal in the Southern expedition was to swallow the Southern region. If we were to say that the monster army's long-distance assault was already extremely tiring, then walking in the sea of energy was not just a problem of tiredness, but danger. The energy corrosion that was everywhere, and the hidden energy vortices that could appear at any time, even warships could not guarantee their safety. Sai Lei was a research maniac. When she first obtained the information of the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warships, she brought the mechanical laboratory to conduct an in-depth research. Her original intention was for the Southern Alliance to win in the future, and to have the ability to obtain sufficient materials. She could directly produce warships in the Ursa Major constellation. In Heaven's Road, warships were definitely killing machines. With their terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities, it would make battles extremely simple. They galloped like thunder, wild, ferocious, crude, unstoppable, causing people to not hesitate. Anything that dared to appear in front of them would definitely be trampled to pieces. The Southern region is the Southern region. The Southern Alliance is the Southern Alliance. Johnson shook his head. "You can see them. Do they look like people who are addicted to enjoyment?" "No." Johnson spoke softly, and pointed to the sky. "There is a saying going around, saying that they might have come from somewhere else." With that said, the monsters below suddenly increased their speed, as though they were fighting with their lives on the line. "Tilda, this spark is a little too much. Tilda, it's good that you know, don't speak nonsense," Johnson said softly. The three of them quickly started to discuss again, but this time, they did not argue with each other, and everyone's tone was calm and fast. His first-hand information was extremely precious. Run properly, this is what we do for training. Unless you guys still want to sit in the Null Division's warships in the future, otherwise, all of you better run properly. Melissa could not help but ask, aren't they afraid of dying? Melissa was startled. Training in the Sea of Energy? Didn't they say that the people of the southern region are addicted to enjoyment, and are extravagant? Melissa asked suspiciously. Macefield Tradings was ultimately a large-scale trading organization, and in the past, they had many business partners in the southern region. It was only because of the outbreak of war that all of these businesses were interrupted. The three mechanical Grandmaster engineers that were proficient in different fields clashed together, and the sparks of inspiration were unimaginable. He suddenly thought about the rumors regarding the Southern Alliance, and one of them mentioned that the Southern Alliance armies loved to train in the Sea of Energy, which was why the other powerhouses were unable to comprehend it. Warships aren't that scary, right? Melissa was dumbstruck. Sai Lei looked at Tang Tian in surprise. At the moment, Tang Tian's face did not have the usual smile, his eyes were extremely gloomy, his entire body was releasing a powerful aura, his unquestionable tone made it hard for anyone to refute him. Tang Tian had no choice but to interrupt the three of them who were in a frenzy, and spoke with a rare stern tone. Hey, pay attention to the time, everyone. We don't have much time. You guys need to come up with a plan immediately. The longer you drag it out, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Today, you guys need to come up with a plan, adding the time for repairs. Our time is extremely tight. The other armies of the Honorable Marshal Continent are most likely on their way. We don't have time. I don't need a perfect plan, I just need a feasible plan. Luckily for them, due to Tang Tian's return, Pai Pa had long predicted that there would be a huge movement. Thus, she had invited Grandmaster Mo Lang to Three Spirit City in advance, just in case. Initially, Grandmaster Mo Lang was not willing to put down his research, but under Pai Pa's emotional and logical persuasion, he still came to Three Spirit City. Tilda, that's right. Tang Tian is right. Tilda, if it was in the past, Johnson would definitely not divulge this information to anyone. Macefield Tradings had hired him, but that was all. But at the moment, everyone was on the same boat, and it was a boat that could not be abandoned. Just as Three Spirit City was discussing fervently, Zhong Libai's monster army was traveling day and night, advancing towards Red Soil City. She quickly regained her composure. Yes, we need to seize the time. Leading the way was Melissa and Johnson. They sat on a transport boat and looked down at the group of monsters that were running frantically. To prevent their identities from being exposed, the transport ship was an old ship that could barely be used, and the two of them had disguised their appearances and voices. The Macefield Tradings that was hidden in the shadows was beneficial to Tang Tian's plan. Johnson also felt that it was inconceivable. He had seen many armies, but knew what kind of soldiers were like. All the ordinary armies relied on transport ships to set off, while some of the elite armies would occasionally train in this aspect. With the gathering of the three Grandmasters, Tang Tian was filled with confidence. Three Spirit City. Indeed, from what they had seen and heard in the past few days, they were definitely not people who indulged in enjoyment. They were dressed in plain clothes, and even Master Tang Tian did not seem to be outstanding. Compared to them, the aristocratic disciples of the Honorable Marshal Continent were much more luxurious. The mechanical army below, even the mechanical puppets, were extremely ugly. There were burrs everywhere. Without any paint, they looked like trash that was scooped out from a rubbish dump. Tang Tian brought Screw back to Three Spirit City, and got Sai Lei and Mo Lung to stop all their work, and face the Honorable Marshal's roar. Zhong Libai's boorish roar could be heard from afar. Johnson looked down at the bronze flood that was running at full speed. He hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "They might not be from the southern region." This was what Tang Tian admired the most about Pai Pa. She always completed her tasks silently. Considering the Honorable Marshal's roar's future battle environment, being surrounded is the norm. We first need to strengthen its defenses. The strongest part of the Honorable Marshal's roar is its main body. We need to use it as much as possible, and the defense of the warship should revolve around it. Then we need to create some structures to guide the flow, and form a barrier around the surface of the warship. Like that, other than the energy barrier, the Honorable Marshal's roar also has an internal barrier, with 2 layers of protection, its ability to survive will be very strong. She was in a daze. So it turns out that the crazy young man who often went crazy has already grown into an outstanding leader. When Sai Lei and Mo Lung saw the report, the 2 of them were so excited that they almost jumped up. Even Mo Lung, who was a cold person, was extremely excited. Sai Lei immediately grabbed his hair. He wished that he could enter the sacred Saint Galaxy immediately. Everyone were now comrades, and that was why Johnson dared to speak of such a terrifying rumor. But, seeing the 3 of them arguing with each other, their faces flushed red. Even Tang Tian, who was used to life and death, felt a chill down his spine. Yes. Johnson nodded his head, and it is from a very far distance. There were people who once saw a mysterious army appearing at the Honorable Marshall Continent's Sea of Energy, and many people guessed that it might be an army from the Southern Alliance. The 3 of them spoke one after another, their speed extremely fast, a series of terms that Tang Tian did not understand, and only felt that they were powerful. The outline of Red Soil City appeared in the horizon. Johnson waved his hand, a terrifying tradition. Who knew? Chapter 845. Melissa was startled. She looked at the mountains of warehouses, and could not help but say, "We can't move them all in 10 hours. Melissa thought that Zhong Li Bai was being humble, and laughed. In the end, it was a victory. Their minds went blank. Rumble, rumble. Johnson was moved. When the Honorable Marshall Southern Expedition had just begun, the entire Honorable Marshall Continent was extremely optimistic, and the army was pumped up. In the initial phase of the war, it was truly so, be it the Southern region or the Southern Alliance, they all crumbled upon contact. But as the war progressed, although the Southern region organized their resistance, they were not much of a threat. And the newly formed Southern Alliance unexpectedly stabilized the situation, displaying astonishing tenacity. But, Red Soil City surrendered. The yellow sand that was stirred up fluttered, and one after another sinister bronze figures could be faintly seen. The Southern Alliance was truly extraordinary. Johnson's expression was similarly sluggish, his face pale white. Beneath the crude and tyrannical appearance, he was extremely shrewd. Zhong Li Bai shook his head. "There's nothing to congratulate me about." From Johnson's experience, none of the military generals that he had seen could do such a thing. After half a minute, the 2 of them regained their senses from the shock. The scene that had unfolded had completely surpassed their imagination. Despair and ash covered all of their faces. They had thought that the Gold Continent might come to Red Soil City, but they never expected it to be so fast. A fierce glint flashed past Zhong Li Bai's eyes. Melissa and Johnson, who were on the transport ship, were completely stunned. Their expressions were the same, their mouths were wide open, their expressions frozen, their minds in a blank. In the next moment, screams of panic came out at the same time. The current monster army's scale and fighting strength were more or less understood by the enemy. It was deathly silent, deathly pale. The wind blew the sand away. This battle, no, there was no battle, had completely toppled his impression of Zhong Li Bai. Previously, he did not have a good impression of Zhong Li Bai. He was crude and impulsive, tyrannical, with a trace of neurosis, causing people to be uneasy, as they felt that he would do something out of line. Compared to him, the other military general, Nai Chiu, had an extraordinary bearing. Regardless of the situation, he would always be calm and collected. The rumbling sounds from the ground awoke the slumbering citizens of Red Soil City. They all put on their clothes and flew into the sky. The monster battalion moved forward in an orderly manner, and they stirred up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Every step of the heavy monsters was incomparably heavy. When more than 10,000 monsters landed on the ground at the same time, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Even though they were very far away, every step he took was like a heavy drum beating in the hearts of the crowd. "Leave no one alive." Zhong Li Bai's tone was cold without a trace of warmth. "The corpses will be hung at the highest point in Red Soil City. Whoever dares to disobey my orders must be prepared to die." But personally witnessing it, even Melissa could not complain about Red Soil City's lack of willpower. But after a moment, he muttered to himself, "Psychological warfare." Zhong Li Bai did not care about bloodshed, he only felt that it was too inefficient. Upon seeing Zhong Li Bai, Melissa greeted, "Congratulations, General." That was the reason why Zhong Li Bai did not go and rob the citizens, and not because of some old and inflexible rule. Robbing the people's belongings was the property that they had painstakingly accumulated. There would definitely be many people who would risk their lives for it. Jason knew how wrong he was. When the deep bronze torrent stepped on the light of dawn and appeared at the end of the horizon, the entire red soil city became dead silent. Seeing the bustling scene, he was extremely satisfied. Snatching the boats, snatching the craftsmen, snatching the materials. No one could maintain the willpower to resist in the face of such might. As a spectating comrade, Melissa herself was so shocked that her mind went blank. She could imagine how shocked the people in the sky above Red Soil City would be. He could tolerate his soldiers being bandits in the past, and could tolerate them being bandits now, as long as it was his orders. Johnson's face was filled with even more respect. General Zhong's strictness in managing the army was truly unimaginable. It was something that no one could have imagined, if not for personally witnessing it. In the past, Johnson did not think too much about it, but now that he was up close, he knew how powerful they were. They were the Gold Continent Bandits, the infamous Gold Continent Bandits that were like the sun in the sky. All of the willpower to resist, before it could even ignite, was swept away by the torrent. All of the hot blood that had not even cooled down was completely smashed into pieces. The Gold Continent Bandits are here. One after another, figures soared into the sky, and in the blink of the eye, the sky was filled with densely packed people, all of their faces filled with panic. Johnson immediately pulled Melissa back. He knew that once Zhong Li Bai made a decision, he would not change it. Zhong Li Bai waved his hand, and said coldly, "No buts, this is an order. The enemy is definitely gathering their army and preparing to wipe us out. The army needs time to gather." Zhong Li Bai suddenly felt that what he was doing was no different from bandits, but he continued to urge his soldiers to increase their efficiency. When Melissa saw the corpses hanging high up, her face turned pale. She had never seen such a cold general, to be so cruel to his own men. Is he not afraid that his subordinates will rebel? Whoosh. Regardless of how one looked at it, he was not a good general who loved his soldiers as though they were his children. He knew himself well, and was proud of it. They were not fast, but like a moving bronze forest, they slowly approached Red Soil City. Suddenly, Zhong Li Bai's wild roar exploded out like thunder in the dead silent sky. The dense killing intent that seemed to be leaking out caused everyone to feel as though they had entered a deep winter. They were unruffled and unruffled, their heavy footsteps converged into a torrent, like a heavy hammer. Hammer after hammer smashed onto the hearts of the people in the sky above Red Soil City. All of the willpower and determination to resist, under the hammer after hammer, started to crack and spread, until they crumbled. Zhong Li Bai suddenly said. Every family in Red Soil City had their doors tightly shut, all of them hid behind their doors and trembled in fear. In the western region, when bandits broke into a city, killing and plundering was the norm. Even massacring the entire city was not strange. Are we surrendering or not? He had once been in an army, and could naturally tell that Zhong Li Bai was using psychological warfare. But, to be able to use psychological warfare to such an extent, Zhong Li Bai's standard was definitely not low. They were in the Whitefields continent, the western region where bandits wreaked havoc, and any city's guards were not weak-willed people. The trading organizations in the city, with some wealth, would have hundreds of guards, all of them brave and skilled in battle. For a top-grade trading organization like the Western Traders, it was not strange for them to have more than 1,000 guards. Adding in the large and small mining groups, mercenary armies, the number of fighting men in Red Soil City far exceeded the monster army. The two of them were extremely familiar with Red Soil City, and with their guidance, they quickly found the inner treasury of Red Soil City, which included the large warehouses of the Western Traders. Zhong Li Bai and the rest had arrived too quickly, and did not have the time to move the resources away. This period of time is my chance. They knew that Red Soil City's guards were weak. They had never thought that Red Soil City would be able to defend against the monster army, but they had never thought that the monster army would actually be able to take down Red Soil City without shedding any blood. Zhong Li Bai's face darkened. The 10 soldiers beside him were captured by his personal guards. All of them were crying and begging. Truly a terrifying military general. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind Melissa and Johnson, one in shock, the other in admiration. The bronze torrent brought along the flying yellow sand, and suddenly stopped outside Red Soil City. Before they could react, an overwhelming killing intent surged out from the sky, causing the sky to change color, as though Red Soil City was about to be crushed into pieces in the next moment. All of the sinister monsters below the city walls stomped their feet at the same time, as though the ground had been struck fiercely, causing the dust on the city walls to fly up. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. All of the guards and citizens who witnessed the scene all held their breaths, as though an invisible hand was strangling their throats, causing them to suffocate. Red Soil City surrendered. But, Melissa said anxiously, they were a group of true monsters. They were ferocious, brave, crazy, and when they formed an army with steel-like discipline, they would only bring despair and death. Zhongli Bai brought his personal guards and patrolled the streets with killing intent. Every single one of them had their own uniqueness, and the master actually had so many talents under him, causing Johnson's heart to burn with passion, and he looked forward to the future. Move faster, we will retreat in 10 hours. You call this victory? Zhongli Bai did not care, his face was filled with disdain and contempt. A group of trash, how can they be my opponents? All of you move faster, don't waste time. As for the soldiers that were killed, it was not because they robbed the citizens, but because they disobeyed his orders. If we can't move them all, then we don't need them, Zhongli Bai said resolutely. Are you going to surrender or not? Zhongli Bai ignored the two of them, his eyes were fixated on the map, and he counted the time in his mind. He had an outstanding view of the big picture, and knew that before the Null Division formed their fighting strength, he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of attracting the enemy's attention. One after another, the sinister monsters finally appeared in front of everyone. Red Soil City was in an uproar, countless of people scurried around the city like headless flies, and those who were quick to react had already grabbed their bags and escaped through another city gate. The soldiers did not meet with any resistance, regardless of whether it was the government's treasury or the trading organization's warehouse. To the guards, since they did not belong to them, why would they risk their lives for them? 10,000 people roared in unison, over 10,000 sound waves converged into a heart-trembling torrent, and with a buzzing sound, they slowly dissipated into the air. As for the future, they have to survive under my hands first. Gold Continent Bandit. Zhongli Bai, who came from the academy, was brimming with the aura of a bandit, but his strict adherence to discipline was instinctive. He only had one rule, and that was to obey his orders. He knew what kind of people his subordinates were. They were a group of true bandits, and the habits that they had developed over 10 years could not be easily changed. Chapter 846. He turned around and looked at the forest of bronze monsters around him, and a heroic spirit rose in his chest. It really made one's blood boil. More importantly, it was quite possible. Without knowing of his existence, the Honorable Marshal Continent would never be able to guess their true intentions. Tang Tian didn't expect the situation to be so bad. What are your plans on your side? Screw wanted to come himself. Bing was quiet for a moment, then said, that's good too, regardless of life or death, the battlefield will forever be our home, help me take care of him. Don't worry. There won't be any problems. Bing was confident in Screw. Remember our base? In the past, Screw was in charge of all these huge projects, and at that time, he was the #1 foreman of our army. Everything he built is still usable even after tens of thousands of years. Not being able to defend is a good thing. Uncle, is your brain fried? Tang Tian frowned. Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. Victory. Zhongli Bai watched from afar. The Null Division fleet was in charge of escorting them. The powerhouses in the Whitefields continent had been swept clean by him, and they did not need to worry about being robbed. Seeing that the Null Division fleet was flying steadily, he could not help but reveal a rare smile. Can you defend your side? Tang Tian asked worriedly. But after a few days, he was surprised to find that Screw's commands were orderly and rather experienced. The Whitefields continent's warship graveyard had already become a bustling construction site. The majestic Honorable Marshal's Raw's hull was packed with people. The craftsmen working on it looked like densely packed ants. The new battleship map immediately proved that Frank's worries were not unfounded. The shape of the new battleship on the blueprint was extremely strange. It looked like it was made of a pile of foam, and he was even worried that it would fall off. Bing laughed, and did not mind. Such a sad fellow. No, it was still in its infancy. There was still a long way to go before it could become a true mighty force. In comparison, the bandits and mountain thieves under him were just a motley crew. Quite powerful. Tang Tian muttered. He had to admit, Bing's concept was outstanding. It seemed like these guys hadn't wasted any time recently. Frank's gaze stopped on Screw for a moment, feeling a little strange. According to his original plan, if he couldn't find a master shipbuilder, he would find a high-level shipbuilder to make up for it. He did not expect that the master would actually hand this project over to Screw, and he finally understood Screw's occupation, mechanical grandmaster. Oh, I forgot. With your intelligence, it's impossible for you to understand the mysteries here. Bing whistled again. In the past, we defended the Shang continent because it was the path to Heaven's Road, and our path of retreat. But now, where is the key to our victory? Congratulations, young man. You will become the key to victory in this entire battlefield. The huge fleet was like a black flock of birds, flying into the distance. When they occupy the Shang continent, the first thing they need to do is to defend it. I will leave a ruin for him and then continue to harass and attack him. Go Cheng Wendao was proficient in offense and not in defense, and was surrounded by enemies on all sides. To defend the Shang continent, the other two armies would definitely set up defenses around the Shang continent. The main focus of our attack is their supply line. As long as we cut off their supply lines, they will be under a lot of pressure. They were the soldiers that any general yearned for. I have confidence in Screw. Tang Tian swore, then added, anyways, I don't have any other choice. The empty space around Honorable Marshal's roar was filled with all sorts of materials. All of them were of different colors and emitted different light auras. These were the spoils of war that the monster army obtained in Daylight City. Tang Tian imitated Bing's whistle. It can't be. The only remaining famous general of the Southern Cross Army was actually beaten to the point that he did not even have the strength to retaliate, and now he doesn't even have the confidence to defend. If Tang Cho knew that the person he was trying so hard to catch up to was only at such a standard, he would definitely cry. Since you have become the key to victory, that means that we need to achieve two goals. One is time, but what time do we have to fight for? The time you need to move. And the other goal is to delay their reinforcements, which also means, before you reach the heart of the Honorable Marshal continent, we need to delay them. Giving up the Shang continent is our goal. Bing replied, we must win. The road ahead was filled with thorns and dangers, but he treated it as a joy. The excitement of struggling between life and death made him addicted. To be in the enemy's hinterland, to destroy without restraint, to be like a wolf in the midst of the enemy's encirclement, that was the battle he wanted, that was the life he wanted. His tone changed, and became serious. Go Cheng Wendao has already gone crazy. Do you know how many of his subordinates have died recently? More than 60,000, but he did not even frown. The Honorable Marshal Continent's reinforcements are already on the way, with over 200,000 men. 200,000 cannon fodder, adding a madman who does not care about his life, the defensive line is already at its limit. Bing's tone was extremely calm. Bing was as calm as ice, without a trace of emotion. Tang Tian was completely captivated by his battle plan. The monster army started to move. Move out. Bing whistled, and Tang Tian could imagine Bing puffing out smoke and being pleased with himself. But no matter how much he thought about it, how could a mechanical grandmaster engineer be proficient in such a huge project? Upon thinking about the battle plan, the fighting intent in his body was ignited. Like raging flames, it surged through his body. The low and powerful command was like the growl of an alpha wolf. Relax, relax, I am not stupid enough to let him go to the front lines. Tang Tian said happily, he is building a warship, an ultimate army warship. Have you heard of the Honorable Marshal's roar? The Honorable Marshal Continent's first-generation ultimate army warship is only left with the hull, and we plan to make use of it. Without a Grandmaster shipbuilder, we can only let Screw make do. Bing's words stopped, and became extremely serious. You must grasp the time, every second that you have now is exchanged with the lives of others. But currently, he was no longer envious of Nai Chiu. The Null Division was still a powerful army, but his monster army was not inferior in any way. Watching a motley crew slowly transform into a valiant and ferocious army in his hands, the sense of accomplishment made him addicted. Bing was unmoved. At the moment, he was releasing a powerful aura, and said, "For the sake of tricking the enemy, we will not give up so quickly. On the contrary, I have already ordered Little Crane to defend the line to the death, and even sent a large number of reinforcements. Not only that, we will retreat step by step, and try our best to buy time for you. Your task is not light. After fighting with the three fellows from the Honorable Marshal Continent, I realized that they are truly powerful. Although the Honorable Marshal Continent only has Jia left, he is definitely not easy to deal with. You must definitely not give him time to react. Jia is good at defending. Once he decides to defend to the death, you will not be able to quickly end the battle, and the situation will become extremely disadvantageous to us. And, young lad, are mechanical grandmasters so powerful? Bing did not linger on the question, and asked, Zhongli Bai should have made his move. His plan is not bad, it is just that he himself is in more danger. But he is rather crazy, and is suitable for such dirty and tiring work. Speaking of which, we have to thank the Leo constellation for sending us two great generals. Bing suddenly chuckled. They will definitely consider this problem. For example, they will definitely bring a lot of supplies this time. The Shang continent is far from the Honorable Marshal continent, and to ensure a long supply line, their strength will be greatly dispersed. And to ensure the safety of the supply line, they will transfer armies from the Honorable Marshal continent over. Like that, the Honorable Marshal continent will become even more empty, and it will be easier for you to succeed. And we just need to concentrate our strength, and cut off their supply line. The supply line is not our true goal. Our true goal is to delay their steps of reinforcements, and create an opportunity for you to deal the fatal blow. What kind of strange ship is that? He was dumbstruck. After the victory or defeat is decided by you, our battle plans will revolve around you, and defending the Shang continent is no longer necessary. That is the entrance to the Blue Sea, and they will not be able to find it in a short period of time. Furthermore, we have Barbara and the rest of the awakened armies, and have the absolute advantage in the Blue Sea. Even if we are unable to stop the army, it is not a problem to interfere with their scouting. That also means, in a short period of time, even if Go Cheng Wendao takes over the Shang continent, he will not be able to go to Heaven's Road. To be able to obtain the title of Grandmaster in any field, everyone would respect him, and mechanical Grandmaster engineers were no exception. But for a mechanical Grandmaster engineer to become a shipbuilder, forget about Franks, he had never even heard of such a thing. It was not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of engineering. How big were mechanical puppets, and one or even a few people were enough. But no matter how small a warship was, it required a team to work together to complete it. And for an ultimate army warship like the Honorable Marshal's Roar, it required 10 or even 100 teams to work together to be able to complete it, and that was a harsh requirement for the shipbuilder. I know that. Tang Tian did not understand it. In the past, he was extremely envious of Nai Chiu who led the Null Division. The quality of the Null Division members were too good, they had powerful individual strength, steel-like willpower and discipline, absolute obedience. Han Bingning and the rest were all outstanding individuals who could take charge. Tang Tian's entire body trembled, his killing intent became denser, the light in his eyes blossomed, his expression became serious. Without the usual playfulness, he nodded his head and said, I will. All right, as long as I can fly, it is fine. He could only comfort himself. Franks was extremely suspicious. He was in charge of arranging the materials, and his understanding of the project was definitely not limited to the surface. Ignoring the standard of the warship's construction, Screw's ability to arrange was definitely someone who had handled large projects before. Bing thought for a moment, then said, It's dangerous. Bing laughed happily. Don't you think that it is a good thing for us? When Tang Tian and Screw brought back a pile of blueprints, he was still feeling apprehensive. It was not that he did not trust Tang Tian, but he knew how difficult it was to build an ultimate army warship like the Honorable Marshal's Roar. Although they did not need to consider the most difficult part of the warship, but even the construction of the other parts were not easy. Zhongli Bai was filled with confidence. Tang Tian was currently communicating with Bing. Chapter 847. For example, warship weapons. to Sai Lei, they had a terrifyingly low efficiency of energy. But because the Sacred Saint Galaxy did not lack energy, it was so abundant that it made people jealous, and thus did not need to consider this problem. Lance shook his head. I am not worried, I am just curious. When we capture these bandits, I will ask them, how did they manage to escape from the Gold Continent to here? Could there be a star door that leads to the Gold Continent? That is a huge matter. The current Ao Deng had long been forgotten by people, and it was hard for people to remember that the young Ao Deng, regardless of strength or prestige, was not inferior to the current Lance. But a pity, an injury had completely destroyed the outstanding military general. Even the backing of the Western traders, Go Cheng Wendao, would definitely not offend Lance, who had such a bright future, and would instead try to rope him in. But regardless of how one looked at it, the technology used in the new warship was something that the ordinary craftsmen were unable to understand. From the start, they had never planned to repair the Honorable Marshal's Roar, but planned to build a new warship. A new warship required time, and not a short amount of time. Our trading organization is currently being robbed by bandits. Clan Elder Jonathan and his loyal and devoted Ao Deng have been brutally killed by the bandits. The Ratchet Army and the Daylight Army have all suffered fatal blows, and the Red Soil City has been robbed clean. What are the local government thinking? Oh my God! Such powerful bandits have appeared in the western region, and no one actually knows about it. If the bandits are not quickly eliminated, and our losses are not recouped, then our Western traders will be doubtful of your capabilities. In our own territory, we are actually unable to ensure our safety and wealth. Sai Lei had researched on the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warships for a long time, and naturally knew where the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warships were strong. The strongest aspects of the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warships were their materials and hull designs. The Honorable Marshal's Roar's keel was made from the most outstanding materials, and its toughness was something that could not be found in Heaven's Road. The craftsmen worked extremely hard, but every day, when they rested, they would laugh at the amateurs of the bandits, and that became their only pastime. What did you discover? Norman asked curiously. Lance was surprised. I heard that only the Whitefields continent suffered damage. Furthermore, your trading organization has elite guards, and with the Blood Fox holding down the fort, aren't the bandits easy to deal with? The 12 lieutenant generals were not ordinary people, and all of them were equally outstanding. If there was a vacancy in the 5 Tiger generals, a new Tiger general would be chosen from the 12 lieutenant generals. The young Lance was seen as one of the candidates with the highest possibility of becoming one of the 5 great generals. The fleet that had been plundered from Red Soil City had arrived, greatly increasing the efficiency of the repairs. When the craftsmen saw the completely changed Honorable Marshal's Roar, they were completely stunned. They were all secretly waiting to see the joke. The bandits had probably heard about the Honorable Marshal's Roar from somewhere, and had the wishful thinking to repair the legendary warship. The director of shipbuilding kept a close eye on them. Their daily workload was very heavy, and no one dared to slack off. The other party was a murderous bandit, and they did not want to die here. Hence, when Screw arranged for them to work, none of them resisted and obediently followed Screw's instructions. When they started working, they were even more convinced that the bandits were messing around. Master Elderweiss's encampment is too far away from Whitefield's continent. Distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. The representative of the Western traders knew that it was impossible not to bleed. He clenched his teeth and said, 20 silver-grade warships. As long as Master is willing to send out troops, I am willing to donate 20 silver-grade warships to your army. General Lance. Lance, who was seated below, propped up his chin. Beneath his dazzling golden hair, he had a sleepy expression. Norman laughed. This will allow them to send the Scorching Sun warships even faster. Tilda, what nonsense is this? Tilda Screw remained unmoved. But if we offend them, it will not do us any good. Norman said softly, the Western traders are going to be ruthless this time. Who knows if we will receive the order to move? Tilda trashed display ships. Tilda Tang Tien brought the God army and quietly left. Just at that moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in and handed over a report. Tilda, they are a bunch of lunatics. Tilda, his gaze met with the pair of unreadable eyes, and the arrogant representative of the Western traders froze. He suddenly remembered that Lance was not an ordinary military general. Why not? Lance shrugged his shoulders. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its turf. The Western traders have been operating in the Western region for so many years, and have deep roots. If we truly fall out with them, I reckon we will have to change locations. We haven't been here for long. If we change locations, we will lose face. I just want to tell them that we are not so easily swayed. I don't know, I just have this feeling. Lance muttered, their actions are completely unlike bandits, as though they have a goal in mind. Honorable Marshal's roar, oh my god, they actually want to repair the Honorable Marshal's roar. They were extremely clear on how weak the current Honorable Marshal continent was. Lance glanced at them. The Gold Continent bandits have left the Whitefields continent, and have found traces of them in the auspicious Wood continent. The Honorable Marshal's roars repairs continued day and night. The representative of the Western traders scolded Lance in his heart, and clenched his teeth. Deal. Lance said, I need the Scorching Sun warship. Norman nodded his head, his face gloomy. The loose structure was on the verge of collapse, causing people to be wary of it falling down. How can they not add more beams? What kind of arrangement is this? It goes against the classic structure. It is full of mistakes. Oh my god, is this a battle position? Do these bandits have any intelligence? Could it be that by piling up the warship weapons, they can increase their might? As expected of bandits, many people started to despise them. But they did not have the heart to remind them. Not only that, they were determined to completely comply with the other party's request. Other than the Honorable Marshal's roar, the other arrangements of the new warship were completely different. The Honorable Marshal continent's highest-ranking generals were the 5 great generals, and below them were the 12 lieutenant generals, who formed the backbone of the Honorable Marshal continent. The Honorable Marshal continent's vast territory was because of the 12 lieutenant generals overseeing it, which was why it was peaceful. In truth, the craftsmen were not as united. Some of them could not help but run to Screw, and tried to make him understand how many laughable mistakes he had made. The West Sea continent was an important continent in the Honorable Marshal continent's western region, where roughly 25% of the metal trades were conducted, and the West Sea's metal ore exchange was one of the 4 most important trading markets in the western region, which made the West Sea continent the most flourishing continent. To die in the hands of bandits, to the military generals who once shook the battlefield, it was undoubtedly a humiliation. But the current West Sea continent's conference hall was extremely tense. I heard that your side found General Oliver for a different price. Lance said slowly. Just now, when you mentioned the Scorching Sun warship, his face turned black. Norman laughed. He was extremely excited. 30 Scorching Sun warships was definitely a huge deal. Overall, the Sacred Saint Galaxy's design was the same as the Sacred Saint Galaxy's martial techniques. It was big and simple. The Western trader's representative who had lost his cool previously immediately spoke up. Master, this subordinate is angry that the bandits are too arrogant. The entire Western region is currently in a state of panic, and the trade routes have been cut off. Master, the millions and millions of citizens in the Western region are waiting for Master to take action, and wipe out the damned Gold Continent bandits. When they regained their senses from the shock, the strange Honorable Marshal's roar in front of them made them not know whether to laugh or cry. They had never seen such a terrible-looking warship. That's right, it was terrible-looking. The Western trader's representative did not expect Lance to be so well informed, but as long as the other party named a price, it would be easy to handle, he said without hesitation. 30 silver-grade warship. It's the same price for General Oliver. Norman, who was beside him, reminded him softly, that's not good. An intense voice interrupted Lance's reminiscence. He raised his head and faced the Western trader's representative, and asked indifferently, what's the matter? The Honorable Marshal's roar in front of them looked as though the hull of the ship was filled with all sorts of trash. To Sai Lei, who was used to meticulousness, the crude designs were something she could never tolerate. And Mo Lung had simplified her meticulous designs, and did his best to shorten the construction period. Even so, it still caused many of the craftsmen to complain. Lance shook his head. The Gold Continent bandits are not simple. Lance's face revealed a smile. Where was the indifference from before? As for the other designs, Sai Lei did not care about them. He sighed. It is a pity for Ao Deng, his standard is not bad. The silver-grade warships were of different standards, and their prices differed greatly. The Scorching Sun warship was a high-grade product among the silver-grade warships, with astonishing fighting strength, but its price was also astonishing. Every single one of them cost more than 200 million honorable marshal coins. No wonder the Western traders' representatives' face turned black. Most of them belonged to various organizations, and were filled with worry along the way, worried about their own fate, and worried that the bandits would force them to build warships. Once the bandits were destroyed, they would be dealt with as well. Lance was quiet for a moment, then said indifferently, "That's right." Seeing the honorable marshals roar in front of them, they relaxed. The Western traders had an extremely powerful army, the Bloodfox army. From the selection of soldiers, the army had extremely high standards, and their equipment were of the finest quality, much more luxurious than Lance's army. The Bloodfox army's training standards were extremely strict, and it was said that they had received special guidance from Go Cheng Wendao. Nicknamed Bloodfox, the General Elvis was cunning like a fox, and had extraordinary strength. If a passage to the Gold Continent appeared in the Honorable Marshal Continent's hinterland, then to the Honorable Marshal Continent, it would undoubtedly be the worst thing that could happen. For an outsider to build such a big ship, it is truly a mistake. Lance opened his eyes in a daze. What's not good about it? I can guess what he is going to say next. I am not a bodyguard of the Western traders. Furthermore, the Western traders are well trained and well equipped. With their equipment and treatment, our army is not even fit to carry their shoes. Although they had to pay a huge price, but it was a good result, and the representatives left satisfied. Purpose? Norman started to ponder. Could it be that they want to do something big? But you don't have to worry too much. We will add Oliver. That is double insurance. Norman watched as they left, and heaved a sigh of relief. I thought you wouldn't agree. That's good, that's good. Chapter 848. That's a good idea. GZE was the first to support. It was the 6th time he had suddenly changed direction. Then we can do this. Tang Tian said decisively. We will first sneak attack the Western traders, and focus on their warehouse. After that, we will set up an ambush, and the Western traders will definitely ask for reinforcements from the local armies. That way, we can give them a fierce blow. But, as they please. The Gold Continent bandits wanted to take the chance to escape. The densely packed bronze monsters welcomed their arrival, as though they were silently laughing at them. The 5 of them scolded, the torrential rain obstructed their vision, which meant that the difficulty of tailing them had greatly increased. The monster army advanced forward on the ground. He had specially chosen a vast wilderness without any cities. That way, even if they encountered enemies, they would have sufficient space to turn around. Furthermore, after considering the final outcome, he would be able to gain more time for the rear. He felt that he had to do something. To sit here and wait for the Honorable Marshal's roar to be repaired, and watch as time flowed. To watch as their lives flowed. Since Tang Tian could not do it, he had to do something. Zhong Li Bai waited patiently, although he knew that the longer it dragged, the more dangerous his situation would be, but he was like a lone wolf in the winter, persevering and waiting for an opportunity. They flew very high, and never flew low, and only followed from afar, causing Zhong Li Bai to be helpless. The monster army was a typical land-based mechanical spirit weapon, although it had the ability to fly, but regardless of height or speed, it was not satisfactory. On the contrary, the opponent's speed was extremely fast, and they were extremely cautious, flying extremely high. With the monster army's pitiful flying ability, they were unable to handle them. Zhong Li Bai's smile became wider and wider, his eyes revealing a beastly killing intent. Extremely strong. Johnson said without hesitation, Master Lance is the youngest lieutenant general, his talent is astonishing, and is hailed as the most likely candidate to become a great general. But it is a pity that his background is not good, and thus he did not have the opportunity. If not, Master Lance would not have been transferred to the Western region. That sounds powerful. Tang Tian scratched his chin, and became excited. We came to the right place. If not, the monster army will be in trouble. We need to create some commotion, and attract Lance's attention. A few days later. GZE, Fu Zhengji and the rest were stunned. When Johnson heard those words, He almost spat out blood, he clutched his chest and died. He once had a military career, and was an officer, and had outstanding strength. If not, he would not have been hired by Macefield Trading to be a guard. Brother Fu and I will go find out the location of the Western Traders' warehouse. Johnson volunteered, while Fu Zhangji stood up. Tang Tian was extremely pleased with himself for grabbing Johnson as a guide. It had to be said that Johnson played an irreplaceable role in this operation. For example, he suggested that they disguise themselves as small caravans to not attract attention. Johnson, who had worked in the Macefield Tradings for many years, had a deep understanding of the various tradings, and he had constantly changed the symbol of the tradings. To Tang Trader to say, Tang, Tang Tian Li, he. Tang Tang, Tian, he. The monster army was, and they to say, Li to say to, army, the Beto monster long, they say, they Li to say, one, Tang, they, one, they. The rumbling sounds of the monster army were drowned out by the torrential rain. They were like a stream that quietly entered the gorge. Along the way, Tang Tian and the rest, under Johnson's guidance, learned how to restrain their killing intent, and disguise themselves as a merchant group. They swaggered into Blue Wind City, and did not attract anyone's attention. Inside the courtyard, everyone was either meditating to recover their strength, or wiping their weapons, waiting for the night to come. Only those important targets, upon success, would cause a commotion, and attract the attention of the entire western region. GZE's bewitching blade was too eye-catching. Upon making a move, it would be easily seen by others. Once the monster army was exposed, they would be surrounded, since they were in the honorable Marshall Continent's hinterland. When Uncle Bing told him to speed up the progress, all the time was exchanged with life. This sentence touched him greatly. I have bad news. Facing the generals in front of him, and Johnson, who had a look of worship and respect, Tang Tian's face was calm, and he spoke with the demeanor of a great general. If they were not careful, and lost track of the Gold Continent bandits, then they might not be able to find them again, as the terrain was too complicated. Tang Tian had been bitterly thinking about it for the past few days. Very good. Johnson said, the Western traders have deep roots in the Western region, and after operating for so many years, they have close relationships with all the armies in the Western region, other than Master Lance. Master Lance had just been transferred to the Western region, but I never expected that the Western traders would be able to rope him in so quickly. Johnson knew that everyone was not familiar with the Honorable Marshall Continent, and said, the Western traders are truly willing to pay a huge price this time. The two lieutenant generals have been invited by them. Lieutenant General Oliver is not surprised, he has a close relationship with the Western traders, but I never thought that General Lance would also be moved. After fighting so many battles, he was no longer the young man who did not know anything in the past. The 5 of them were extremely fast. They quickly drew 5 trajectories in the air, and flew into the gorge like 5 sharp arrows. He even advised Tang Tian to give up on the unimportant targets, to prevent himself from being exposed. Zhong Li bit his lips, his face sunk. He was born as a military general, and was extremely clear of the fact that they were a lone army deep in the hinterlands. Once they were targeted by the enemy, what would await them? There was a possibility that the Honorable Marshall Continent's armies were already mobilized. It was as if he could see a large net in front of the group waiting for him. Seeing the few flies in the sky descending in panic, Zhong Li laughed silently. There was a gorge ahead. Zhong Li needs protection, that was what the young man Tang Tian thought. Go ahead. Whoosh. Merchant groups like theirs could be seen everywhere. Upon rushing into the gorge, the 5 of their eyes constricted. The wind blocked the curtain of rain, causing the sky around them to darken. The Western traders must have a good relationship with the local security army, right? Tang Tian asked. The Western region's vast space and weak defense, to their small but powerful bandits, it was the most suitable battlefield. After racking his brains for so many days, he could not think of any clever ideas, but he thought of a simple and effective one. The sky was filled with dark clouds, crackling sounds could be heard, as thick lightning bolts formed a lightning net that rolled through the thick clouds. Every time that happened, a heart-palpitating aura would envelop the entire land. The sacred Saint Galaxy's energy concentration was much higher than Heaven's Road, and the might of the lightning was much stronger. Johnson, who had just finished gathering information and returned to the courtyard, had a bad expression. He continued, Lieutenant General Oliver and Lance have issued a joint order, requesting for the various continents in the Western region to be on high alert, and for unknown people to be investigated strictly. They also requested for the various garrisoned armies to be on high alert. As long as they discover the whereabouts of the Gold Continent bandits, they do not need to fight, but they need to keep an eye on them at all times. Zhong Li Bai did not tell Tang Tian about it, and Bing did not tell Tang Tian either, as it was something that Tang Tian had figured out himself. The Western region was not the flourishing area of the Honorable Marshall Continent, and there were no enemies around, thus the Honorable Marshall Continent did not have many troops stationed there. Out of the 12 lieutenant generals, only 2 were stationed at the Western region. Is this lance very strong? Fu Zhangji asked curiously. An inescapable net. It was not fancy, it was simple and effective, and the enemy would never expect them to be so daring. Tilda set off. The gorge was called Bill's Great Gorge. It was majestic and precipitous, extending for over 1,000 li, with many branches that were connected to each other. Everyone's faces changed. The monster army had over 10,000 men, and it was extremely difficult to conceal their tracks. Now that the entire western region had been mobilized by the 2 lieutenant generals, the situation immediately became grim. Let's go to the Western traders. Johnson thought for a moment. Blue Wind City's Western traders are rather large. If we suddenly attack, the possibility of success is very high. Tang Tian's powerful performance previously made Johnson admire Tang Tian from the bottom of his heart. When he heard that Tang Tian needed someone familiar with the Western region as a guide, Johnson agreed without hesitation. Especially when he saw Tang Tian pondering for the past few days, he became even more excited. His vision was completely white, and he could not even see his own fingers. Fu Zhangji, Johnson, and the rest all nodded their heads. Johnson was filled with anticipation. He did not forget his own duty. The few black dots in the distant sky were like flies, making him feel uncomfortable. He finally realized the weakness of the monsters, which was that they lacked the corresponding methods to deal with the enemies in the sky. Such an irresponsible plan. Oh, that's not right. It definitely cannot be called a plan. Johnson swore on his military career that it was definitely not a plan. On the 2 sides of the cliffs, over 100 monsters suddenly soared into the sky, like cannonballs being fired. The rain poured down. To deal with them, I need to rely on other conditions. Damn thunderstorm. Zhong Li Bai squinted his eyes. He had been racking his brains for the past few days to think of a way to deal with the stalkers. Zhong Li Bai had met with trouble. Johnson and Fu Zhengji quietly left, while the rest sat down to recuperate. They were currently staying in a large rented courtyard. This large courtyard was specially rented for trading groups to use, and could accommodate a small-scale trading group, with tall walls and 4 simple and crude buildings that could be used as sentry posts. When a trading group was outside, it was a taboo to mix with other trading groups, as it would easily cause trouble, and was not safe. Johnson was in Tang Tian's hands for a long time, and was disheveled for a long time. Although he did not meet any enemies for the past few days, but he could already smell the dangerous aura in the air, and continuously changed his direction without any warning. I need to get rid of these annoying flies. The 5 scouts that were chasing realized that the monster army had entered the canyon, and immediately followed up. All of them had the same thought. The Gold Continent bandits want to escape. The others all nodded their heads. The God Armor army only had 200 men, and any random trading group had such a large number of guards, so no one would think of them as an army, and it was extremely easy for them to hide. We move out now? Such a powerful man, what other method will he think of? Chapter 849. Tang Tian, who was in the state of the God Armor, was expressionless. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Everything around him was reflected in his heart like a lake, the flow of energy in the air, even the bugs that were crawling in the cracks of the wall were all clearly seen. He became cautious, he squinted his eyes and observed his surroundings, but did not notice anything out of the ordinary. The Western Shong branch was flourishing, and the competition was extremely intense. Every step of promotion was extremely difficult. In the current situation, it was the easiest opportunity to be promoted. Suddenly, he stood up, and a dangerous aura floated in the air. In his vision, Tang Tian and the rest suddenly stopped. He was experienced, and had chosen a good location. It was a tall building not far from the Western Traders' warehouse. It was a place that allowed him to overlook the entire battlefield, and if the enemy reinforcements came from other directions, he could easily discover them. Furthermore, the place was extremely hidden, and was not easy to detect. But the tall building was similarly heavily guarded, and sneaking in took him quite a bit of effort. Blue Wind City's Western Traders. Johnson was half sprawled on the floor of the building. He did not look out from the window, as it would be too easy to be discovered. He dug a small hole in the wooden plank, and observed from the hole. Long live the traders! In truth, it surprised him. It was an extremely shrewd and ruthless arrangement that perfectly utilized the terrain, and the soldiers that were deployed were extremely detailed, and their hiding positions were extremely ingenious. To them, it was an opportunity. He turned and smiled at Solomon. "I'll leave it all to you." But upon seeing Tang Tian and the rest stealth, Johnson knew how wrong he was. How is this something a military general with terrible tactics can do? Because of the severe banditry in the western region, the prices of the various mercenary groups had soared, and the lacerator's price was originally extremely high, but it had instantly doubled. But Ricky was still determined to hire the lacerators, and could finally sleep in peace. But very quickly, his gaze was attracted to Tang Tian and the rest. The sky slowly darkened, but Solomon did not move. He sat in an unassuming corner, hidden in the shadows. It was an extremely good hiding position, where the enemy would not be able to detect them, and if they were to encounter any sudden situations, he could easily launch a sneak attack. Whether it was moving forward or stopping, it was as clean as a knife, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Tang Tian seemed to know where the danger was in advance, and he acted without the slightest hesitation. Their movements were silent, and their auras were restrained to the extreme. They were like wild beasts that were silently moving forward in the night. Johnson even saw Tang Tian and the others scuttling across the street behind a group of people without them noticing at all. Johnson felt that his impression of Tang Tian had been overturned once again. Everyone was filled with confidence. His spirit was suddenly shaken, and he hurriedly pulled himself together. He focused all his attention and was barely able to see it clearly. He was secretly amazed. Tang Tian and the others had almost completely blended into the darkness. Even he, who already knew the attack route, almost didn't notice them. How could the enemy notice them when they were unprepared? Is there a situation? With a notorious reputation, one had to work harder, be more cautious, and be more careful in order to survive. Johnson was not a member of the God Armor Army, and he was unable to assimilate into the team, and not only would he not be of any use in battle, he might even be a burden. Johnson knew himself, and took the initiative to request to be a sentry. Ricky came over to take a look, and left satisfied. No one knew of the Lacerators' mercenary army's arrival, and even when they entered the city, they used the special passage of the trading organizations, so no one knew that the Lacerators had already entered the trading organizations. It was not strange, as military leaders who were known for their bravery were extremely common. The enemy's defense gradually became clearer in Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian's state of mind remained calm. In his senses, there was someone in the shadows behind the wall who seemed to have sensed something. At the same time, Solomon, who was in the shadows behind the wall, suddenly felt his mind tremble. The Western Traders' bodyguards looked at the Lacerators' members in awe. They were expressionless, but their bodies were emitting dense killing intent. Tang Tian suddenly stopped, and behind him, the 200 members all stopped at the same time, and quietly hid behind him. They were like shadows in the night, melting into the darkness. Johnson did not understand. From his angle, he did not see anything out of the ordinary. Surprise flashed past Tang Tian's indifferent eyes, but it did not cause any ripples. To Tang Tian, the sudden appearance of a powerful person had become a part of the entire battlefield. The Lacerators who had completed their defense quietened down. They did not discuss or chat, they just quietly stood guard, their eyes filled with vigilance. As long as there was a slight movement, it would attract their attention. In the deep night, Blue Wind City's lights gradually dimmed, and the number of people on the streets gradually decreased. Lacerators. Oh my God, it's the Lacerators. His words were like a heavy bomb, causing all of the bodyguards to explode. He waved his hand, and the members behind him rushed in, and started to take over the defense. The edge of the battlefield was like a ripple that continued to extend outwards. One by one, the extremely light breathing, and the slow and undetectable heartbeat, slowly became clearer in Tang Tian's heart. Johnson's eyes were wide open, filled with shock. If we were to say that everyone's fighting spirit had been roused by clan elder Ricky's words, then the appearance of the Lacerators' mercenary army had completely calmed them down. Instead, they were anticipating the arrival of the Gold Continent bandits, as it was practically giving them merits. Tang Tian's attention landed on the expert hidden in the shadows. For the other party to be able to sense a trace of danger, it meant that his strength was extraordinary. This point could be seen from the position that the other party was hiding in. The other party was extremely confident in his own strength. Previously, Tang Tian had displayed his tyrannical and unparalleled individual strength. And previously, when Tang Tian was not in charge of the battle plan, it left an impression on Johnson that Tang Tian's tactics were terrible. It was the first time that someone had sensed his arrival. Everyone knows about the recent matters. The organization has met with some trouble. But I believe that everyone has confidence in the organization. The organization has stood tall in the Western region for so many years, and has met with many waves, so there is nothing to make a fuss about. Everyone knows the rules of the organization, and the more important it is, whoever is able to stand out, whoever is able to contribute to the organization will definitely reward them. Solomon was used to leading the troops. They were a mercenary army, and if the leader was unable to lead, then no one would be willing to risk their lives for you. Tilda, as expected of the Lacerators, they are truly strong. Tilda, compared to the protectors of the organization, the Lacerators had dealt with many such situations. They were extremely experienced, and did not take long to complete their preparations. The reverence in the eyes of the protectors increased. The moment an expert made a move, they would know if they were real or not. He had entered the observation post in advance, and patiently waited for Tang Tian and the rest to attack. But after waiting for half a day, there were still no signs of them, and just when he thought that the mission was cancelled, he suddenly noticed an unremarkable black figure. Everyone, be alert. This was a killing move that he had set up. Clan Elder Rich's imposing voice caused everyone's heart to tremble, and the protectors on duty all straightened their backs. All of the protectors' faces turned red. Many of them had faces of disbelief. The Lacerators' mercenary army was one of the most famous mercenary armies in the Honorable Marshall Continent. They were bloodthirsty and cruel, with extremely powerful fighting capabilities. They were famous for not keeping any captives, and any bandits that fell into their hands would all be beheaded. Over time, once they accepted a mission, the various underworld organizations would automatically avoid them. He was unsure. Tilda, am I mistaken? Tilda, but I have never been in a normal situation. Tilda, under the awakened state of the god armor, his control over the entire battlefield had reached an astonishing level. Every path that he took was definitely the most optimal path. Shadows, buildings, all of them were used to their fullest potential. They were able to perfectly restrain their aura, and use special techniques to eliminate sound. Even the flow of air was under their control. They used the opposite whirlpool, causing the airflow to become invisible, and not spread out like ripples. Rich was extremely pleased. He laughed bitterly in his heart. His own conclusions had been overturned time and time again, and Tang Tian had become even more unfathomable in his eyes. In the darkness, a cold glint flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. He lightly exerted force with his toes, and his figure disappeared. At the same time, the 200 figures behind him also disappeared. Clan Elder Rich was extremely satisfied with the effect of his words. He paused for a moment, then raised his hand and signaled to a sinister-looking man beside him. Of course, the organization is never stingy with money, and the organization will not put everyone in danger. For that, the organization has spent a lot of money to hire the famous Lacerators' mercenary army to help us. Many of the young men's eyes lit up, and their breathing became hurried. The Western traders were powerful and had deep roots in the Western region. All of the bodyguards were locals of the Western region, and were deeply aware of this. It was an elite group. Solomon said proudly, "Do not worry." A group of black figures quietly moved forward in the darkness. A group of 200 men was not considered large, but it was not small either, but the black figures in front of him were like a single entity. What was even more shocking was that their movements were as smooth as flowing water. They were extremely smooth, and the quick and efficient movements caused him to feel a chill in his heart. The feeling that everything was under his control made Tang Tian's movements extremely decisive. Tang Tian stood still like a statue. "Haha, that's great, Gold Continent bandits, come quickly." Under normal circumstances, the enemy's arrangements were impeccable. "The man beside me is the leader of the Lacerators, Mr. Solomon. He will be setting up the defenses. I believe that everyone will trust Mr. Solomon's professionalism, so I hope that everyone will cooperate well." Just like what Clan Elder Rich had said, to the Western traders, it was just a small disturbance. No one believed that there would be any bandits that could truly shake the Western traders' rule in the Western region. Solomon enjoyed the gazes filled with reverence. He walked back and forth, not letting go of any details. He knew that the Lacerators were hated by many. As long as they revealed any flaws, countless of enemies in the darkness would pounce on them and tear them to shreds. He knew that very well. Chapter 850. The blue-wind city in the darkness was instantly lit up as though it was daytime. Johnson, who was on the tower, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face was as white as paper. A name flashed past his mind: the Lacerators' mercenary army. Elites of such strength could only be found in one place, and that was Temple. In his vision, every light regiment was rapidly changing. The resonance between them and the light swords became even more intense. The killing intent in the air was increasing at an alarming rate, as though something dangerous was breaking out of its cocoon. Solomon's stunning performance today had caused a ripple to surface in his tranquil state of mind. Solomon's face changed. What was worse was that the concentrated light did not cause any damage to the enemy. Like a group of snakes dancing in the darkness, rays of silver light floated out. Solomon's eyes also released a silver light. He was like a snake king, releasing an ice-cold aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. But no one saw the indescribable fear in Solomon's silver eyes. His first reaction was, impossible. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian started to counterattack. The seemingly perfect resonance in front of him quickly broke down in his eyes, and one after another, invisible ripples were accurately captured. Tang Tian praised in his heart. It had to be said that the enemy had a profound understanding of energy resonance, to be able to create such a unique resonance. The wall in front of Solomon crumbled silently. Solomon did not hold back once he made his move. He was prepared in advance, and the sudden burst of silver light did not affect his vision. 90% of the enemies in front of this move would be dazzled by the sudden strong light. But the intense sense of danger lingering in his mind made him not dare to stop. Regardless of whether he had hit it or not, he retreated. The battle had just begun. He squinted his eyes again, and released a strange hissing sound, like a poisonous snake in the darkness spitting out its tongue. SSSS. Tang Tian was surprised once again. Resonance. He felt an extremely intense resonance. The light sword in his opponent's hand had produced an intense resonance with the 10 light regiments around him. There was no need for them to clash with a tough opponent like the Lacerator for guerrilla warfare. What made everyone feel at ease was that the Lacerator's mercenary army looked to be filled with energy. They even used the powerful killing technique, light sword whale song, without hesitation. That red blade aura was very inconspicuous, but it was very strange. The silver threads of light flew towards him like snowflakes and entered the silver sword in his hand. An intense silver light covered the entire blade. The sharp and small blade disappeared. It was as if Solomon was holding a light sword. There was only one thing he needed to consider, and that was to complete the mission. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Are the higher-ups going to take action against the Western traders? Solomon, who was moving at high speed, glanced out of the corner of his eye at the place where the concentrated light had just been bombarded. There was a huge gap, and the deep trench extended dozens of feet away. Along the way, there were only charred ruins. This completely subverted his understanding. It was actually the Lacerator's mercenary group. The time between the moment he sensed danger and the other party made their move was almost negligible. The faint sense of danger just now was like a weak flame in the darkness. But now, the other party's killing intent was almost tangible, like the sun in the darkness, so dazzling. If he knew that the Lacerators' mercenary group was stationed here, he would definitely think of a way to make Tang Tian cancel his plan. He was extremely vexed in his heart. Damn it, he did not discover the Lacerators' mercenary group at all in the day. His fatal oversight had led to a complete failure. He tiptoed, under the guidance of the law threads. The God Armor army became a group of shadows, and instantly disappeared. The number of sentries varied, ranging from 10 to 50 to 60, all of their bodies lit up with silver light at the same time. The silver light on their bodies quickly extended to their surroundings, and converged with the silver light on their comrades, transforming into an even bigger silver light regiment. Suddenly, he felt a cold intent in his heart. Who are these mysterious people? He felt that it was impossible. It was not that the other party's reaction was so fast, and that they thought of a way to break the resonance. What made him feel that it was impossible was that the other party's 200 attacks were of different colors, and were obviously of different attributes. The silver light that flew over coincidentally converged into a bamboo basket-sized silver ball of light, and the sword blade that was pressing down was like a whip that struck the silver ball of light. The Lacerators' mercenary group's most famous army killing technique, light sword whale song. He knew how powerful the Lacerators were, and regardless of what others said, Macefield Tradings had once fought with the Lacerators. He had a deep impression of the cold and ruthless mercenary group, especially their powerful fighting capabilities. In that mission, they did not even use the light sword whale song or similar killing technique, and had already completed the mission perfectly. The heart-trembling buzzing sound resonated throughout the entire Blue Wind City. That thought flashed past his mind, but he quickly calmed himself down. The fight between the higher-ups had nothing to do with him. Could it be a trap? The 16 light regiments were like 16 sound chambers, and the light swords in their hands were like the source of the sound. Their resonance continued to increase. What he did not expect was that the other party's target was actually him. How many armies can survive the light sword whale song? Very powerful. Damn it. Sigh. I miss. Bang. He did not have the time to think about such a problem. The killing intent was like a sword tip pointing at his forehead. The intense sense of danger caused Solomon's heart to palpitate. If it was any other military general, facing such a sudden change, with such an intense killing intent, they would either be at a loss, or their minds would be blank. When he was choosing the location, he had already chosen his path of retreat. Never think about victory. That was the conclusion he had obtained from countless of battles. His body moved like lightning, forming a Z shape in the air. It's all my fault. 16 sentry posts, 16 light swords, all of them resonated together. Among the people who were alarmed, there were some who recognized the light sword whale song, and exclamations sounded out, but all of them were filled with joy. The famous Lacerators' mercenary group was stationed in Blue Wind City, causing the safety of Blue Wind City to increase greatly. The silver ball of light suddenly exploded. The resonance had reached an unprecedented level, and the frequency of the light sword in his hand had also reached the limit of his control. How can such a heterogeneous energy form a resonance? At the same time, the scattered sentry posts all lit up with silver light. The light sword in Solomon's hand trembled, and the 16 light regiments all trembled at the same time. 200 different colored light auras suddenly lit up in the air. With a thought, Solomon's figure did not stop at all. He moved as fast as lightning, and entered the position he had long prepared. The moment he arrived, whoosh, he was surrounded by his subordinates. Gather the light. A silver light regiment formed by 50 sentry posts trembled, and a silver light beam gradually rose up from the light regiment. When the silver light beam was halfway up, everyone realized that it was a light sword. His silver eyes flashed with a look of madness. Solomon's back was drenched in sweat, but his sinister face was extremely sinister. It's time. SSSSI. They were filled with confidence and anticipation. Solomon's shout suddenly came out in the night, causing the Western traders' bodyguards to be at a loss, while the Lacerators' members instinctively leapt up. They had long held the most suitable weapons and swung them towards Solomon. How did he know I'm hiding here? Where did I reveal any flaws in my concealment? The enemy does not mind exposing himself at all. GZE's eyes turned cold, his heart was annoyed, his blade that he was confident in actually missed. His heart palpitated, but his heart surged with a rarely seen excitement. It had been a long time since he had such an exciting feeling. The surging silver light beam was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, pouring out in front of him. A red blade aura brushed past his retreating body, and swept past 2 Western traders' guards, causing 2 spurts of blood to fly out, but before they could disperse, they were strangely absorbed into the red blade aura. The remaining red blade aura quietly pierced into the wall, causing the wall to crumble into powder like a biscuit. There are no corpses. To be able to exchange blows with such an enemy, it is a rare opportunity. Come, let us see who has a deeper understanding of energy resonance. He was startled awake, his hands and feet were ice cold without any warmth. The enemy's 200 attacks are actually resonating. The enemy is using the resonance method to disrupt my own resonance. Solomon, who was famed for his ferocity, immediately displayed his outstanding side. Solomon's face did not have any panic, and unknowingly, a silver sword had appeared in his hand. His expression was solemn and solemn. The silver sword in his hand drew an arc like lightning. The silver sword light seemed to have an inexplicable attraction force. The silver light that was shooting through the sky deviated in the air and flew towards the silver sword in Solomon's hand as if attracted by a magnet. In the darkness, a dozen silver light regiments suddenly lit up. Tang Tian's indifferent eyes lit up with a light. Temple? Solomon's nose immediately perspired with cold sweat. The citizens of Blue Wind City who were alarmed by the commotion had just woken up, and upon witnessing such a spectacular scene, all of them could not help but take in cold breaths, revealing looks of shock. When was the last time I was in such a difficult situation? He could not remember it anymore. He had not found any traces of the enemy, and the sense of danger that followed him like a shadow made him feel as though he was dancing on the tip of a blade, and could lose his life at any time. A glint flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, and with a thought, the 200 people around him bloomed like a flower, drawing an arc and drifting in all directions. Buzz. Solomon's eyes constricted, his heart trembling. Previously, the enemy's aura was so intense, but I was able to lock onto the enemy's position effortlessly. Could it be a feint? But the ripple disappeared in an instant, and he regained his composure. But there was never an attack that was invulnerable. Solomon's body trembled slightly, but there was no fear in his eyes. Tang Tian did not care about GZE's feelings. The enemy's reaction was extremely fast, and the decisiveness of his counterattack and retreat surprised him. Ever since he had gained enlightenment on the god armor, he was like a god on the battlefield, and nothing could escape from his grasp. Countless silver lights that resembled arrows flew towards Solomon like rain, illuminating Solomon's figure that was hidden in the darkness. Solomon's heart relaxed, he finally felt safer. Upon receiving the order from the law threads, the 200 men took action at the same time. Gather Light was created by Solomon. It was extremely powerful, and was able to form a fan-shaped attack. As long as the enemy was within the attack, they would not be able to escape. Are they really bandits? Impossible. It is impossible for there to be such powerful bandits. The enemy's understanding of energy resonance is definitely not below my own. This is definitely not something a bandit leader should have. Resonance. The resonance severely interfered with the surrounding energy, causing the energy in the space to stop. The light sword in his hand rose up inch by inch. His movements were extremely slow, as though the light sword in his hand was extremely heavy. Solomon's abdomen suddenly retracted, and the curved silver sword in his hand suddenly pressed down. Chapter 851. The other party was going to burst him. There were not many in the God Armor army who trained in light laws, and the reason why they were able to imitate the energy undulations was because of the undulations from the law threads. At first, they felt that it was a novel experience. The clear vibrating sound swept across the surface of the sea formed by the silver light. The originally calm sea of silver light suddenly became turbulent. The dazzling silver light had already connected into one, like a floating sea of silver light. The silver light was so intense that even from afar, everyone's eyes felt like they were being pricked by needles. While everyone was shocked, they were also filled with confidence. Tang Tian was in the middle of the crowd. The silver light around him was so dense that it was almost tangible. His body involuntarily trembled, and his breathing quickened. His eyes widened. This was an incomparably wonderful historical moment, and he did not want to miss a single detail. The scene in front of him was incomparably beautiful. The power of the light sword was close to the limit of his control. How could this be? Everyone was brimming with confidence. During this period of time, the wind and rain had caused everyone to be on tenterhooks. They were all hoping that the lacerators would emerge victorious. At this moment, the one who was most pleased with himself was undoubtedly Ricky. Hiring the Ripper required him to take a certain amount of risk. If nothing happened and he spent such a huge sum of money for nothing, his mortal enemies would definitely make use of this to attack him. What welcomed the roar in his heart was a pair of extremely cold eyes. Even such an intense silver light could not conceal its existence. Solomon immediately sensed it, but he sneered in his heart. Courting death. However, Tang Tian knew very well that it was impossible to be infinitely strengthened, but that was not the main point. This had already exceeded the scope of their daily training. The sea of silver light was too dazzling, and it also caused the area below to be covered in deep darkness. Come on. Solomon did not like to be controlled. He created the lacerators, and quickly developed it into one of the most famous mercenary groups in the Honorable Martial Continent. Mercenary armies held a low position in the Honorable Martial Continent, as the Honorable Martial Continent's army system was extremely mature. They had many of them, and their ranks were strict. The history of the Honorable Martial Continent's expansion was a history of wars. The number of armies with outstanding achievements were as many as the hairs on an ox, and many of the silver-grade armies had glorious pasts. Every army's killing moves were different, the military leaders were different, the soldiers were different, naturally their killing moves were also different. At this moment, he finally understood Tang Tian's intentions. A gold-rank army killing move, in the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy, it was the center of attention. The 16 light swords felt his battle intent and trembled even more violently. Solomon suddenly saw his opponent's movements clearly. His body was like a bowstring, his fists were pulled back. Solomon had never raised the light sword whale song to this level. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. As time passed, an indescribable fear slowly grew in his heart. His opponent was challenging him to a battle of control over the lightsaber whale song. He was overestimating himself. More importantly, he had picked the wrong enemy. To the God Armor army that originated from the Sin domain, the resonance of energy, from the perspective of laws, was actually much simpler. Simulating energy was a basic skill that they had to practice every day after stepping into the sanctuary realm. His widened eyes were filled with shock. But following the change in resonance, they had no choice but to focus on capturing the undulations from the law threads, because the undulations were changing and becoming more and more intense. The multicolored light auras were gradually being dyed silver. In the eyes of outsiders, it was the unique might of the lightsaber whale song. But Solomon was extremely clear that it was not the enemy being corroded by the energy, but the enemy's energy undulation that was continuously approaching the lightsaber's energy undulation. If he was able to kill the bandits, the huge merit would be enough for him to rise a few more levels and enter the core circle of authority in the organization. His face was flushed red with excitement. It was something that he had fantasized about countless of times, but it was currently so close to him that it was within his reach. The might of army killing moves was also as different as heaven and earth, thus there were strict classifications, from the most ordinary bronze rank, to the silver rank, then to the gold rank, and the highest was the unique rank. The silver sea of light continued to rise at an astonishing rate. In such an environment, the position of the mercenary army could be imagined, as the majority of them became the subordinates of the rich and powerful organizations. The lacerators did not, because of Solomon, because of the lightsaber whale song. The initially heart-palpitating rumbling sounds became softer and softer, until it completely disappeared. But the formless pressure became more and more substantial, causing the spectators to feel as though a boulder was pressing down on their hearts, causing them to feel an indescribable discomfort. The discomfort continued to increase, and many people could not take it, and flew far away. In Temple, which was filled with talents, a gold-rank army killing move was the threshold to becoming a powerful martial artist, and among the commoners, military generals who possessed a gold-rank army killing move were even rarer, showing Solomon's talent. Then let me add some fuel to the fire. The god armor army's silver light became even brighter. They took the initiative to increase the resonance effect. Solomon, who held onto his sword with both hands, closed his eyes, his entire body and mind increasing the resonance. It was in this blind spot that a drop of perspiration flowed down Solomon's nose bridge. The enemy's energy resonance is truly unique. The most unique thing is that the enemy's resonance is not at a fixed frequency, but through the resonance, after strengthening, it will reach resonance again, and become even stronger. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their faces were filled with shock, the majority of them were filled with curiosity. To be able to personally witness a gold-rank army killing move, it was a rare opportunity. The dazzling silver light sword was extremely eye-catching in the darkness. The heart-palpitating rumbling sounds brought along a terrifying might that enveloped the entire city. The enemy's energy undulation was gradually approaching them. Light sword whale song, the Lacerator's mercenary army's most reputable killing move, a gold-rank army killing move. Light sword whale song was created by him. The silver light's energy undulation was extremely unique. The silver thread's energy undulation was constantly resonating and changing, thus forming the unique, light sword whale song, that was releasing the energy undulation. You want to use my ultimate technique to defeat me? What wishful thinking. The silver light in his vision was solemn and dignified, causing him to be extremely excited. Such a powerful might, who could block it? If not for Solomon's cold and murderous personality, and not being liked by Temple, he would have long been recruited into Temple. It was like an ancient desolate beast that had awoken from its slumber, and was ready to move. But what truly made Solomon fearful was that it was losing control. The surface of the silver light was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Solomon forced himself to calm down. The enemy actually thought of using such a method to avoid the damage from the light sword whale song. It is truly powerful. How is that possible? Inside the silver sea of light, everyone were like statues made of silver. All of them had solemn expressions. No one had any smiles on their faces. At the start, they were still calm, but as time passed, they became more and more strained. Solomon's fighting intent soared, the silver light in his eyes became even more intense. His other hand held onto the light sword, and he closed his eyes. I made the right bet. Solomon's thoughts seemed to have stopped, his mind was blank, he watched as the simple and unadorned fist struck empty air. Let's go to hell together. The vibration from the light sword in his hand became stronger and stronger. When the light sword started to resonate and release a sound that caused people's hearts to palpitate, the dazzling silver light was like a terrifying poison that started to spread at an astonishing speed. The 5 colored light auras on the 200 men's bodies were gradually corroded into silver. Very few people knew that possessing a gold-rank army killing move was one of the conditions to become a lieutenant general. When the light aura dissipates, my dream will be realized. The resonance continued, and the silver light also started to change. The further it went, the stronger the silver light would become, and the burden on the soldiers would increase, and without special training, they would not be able to endure it. As long as the enemy could not endure it, they would reveal signs, and at that time, under the even more tyrannical silver light, the enemy's flesh and blood would instantly turn into ashes. As expected of a gold-rank army killing move. The light sword in his hand had already become a light pillar. Solomon used all of his strength to hug onto it, as though he was hugging onto a berserk fierce beast, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The enemy is actually able to directly imitate it. It completely toppled all of his knowledge. How can they still persevere? What are they trying to do? A gold-rank army killing move appearing on a mercenary army was something that had never happened before. The Lacerator's mercenary army's reputation soared. Army killing move was just a common term. it usually referred to those powerful and specific tactics, and was the trump card of every army. In the sacred Saint Galaxy where armies ruled, the development of army tactics had a long history. Army-killing moves were such products. These types of tactics were powerful to the point that they could turn the tides of a battle, but the conditions to execute them were harsh. Some of them would cause the soldiers to overdraft, some would cause the military generals to bear an astonishing burden, and might even cause them to be injured. So unless it was a crucial moment, they would not be activated, and that was why everyone thought that the Lacerator's mercenary army was filled with energy. If he had not personally experienced it, he would definitely not believe that there was such a strange way of fighting. The God Armor army in the Silver Light had a layer of mercury on their skin, making them look no different from the other small units of the Lacerator's army. Wait a minute. The Silver Light in the field became even more dazzling, causing the entire blue-winged city to become as bright as day. Buzz. He wanted to make the resonance even more intense. A trace of killing intent flashed past his cold eyes. Once panic started, it was difficult to extinguish it, and he felt that the light sword in his hand was attacking him even more intensely. Not only did the light sword's silver light not harm the enemy, but it seemed to have found its own kind, and started to fuse with the enemy's silver light. If this continues, in theory, it can become infinitely stronger. But, how long can you guys last? Tang Tian's face was expressionless. The light pillar in his hand could explode at any moment. His heart was filled with despair, but the determination in his bones made him unwilling to fail. Everyone who witnessed the scene all sucked in cold air. They had never heard of such a powerful energy corrosion before. They could almost see the result. Once the silver light completely spread, it would mean the death of the bandits. What a terrifying, light sword whale song. The first time the light sword whale song appeared, it had shaken the entire honorable Martial continent. Chapter 852. He immediately retreated a large distance, which saved his life. We have already sent out scouts to patrol the skies above the main area. The Gold Continent bandits are powerful, but their flying capabilities are weak. We have the advantage in the air. As long as we lock onto the skies above the canyon, they will definitely not be able to escape from our eyes. They did not know what kind of uproar the battle would cause. At that moment, Tang Tian and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Although they looked calm, it was actually extremely dangerous, and if they were slightly careless, they would have lost their lives. His mind became even clearer, and many things became clear, but he did not rejoice, but remained as calm as ever. The unprecedented concentration caused Tang Tian, who was in the state of God armor, to be extremely pure. Tang Tian extended his body. The 200 law threads connected to everyone were like 200 bowstrings that were slowly pulled back. The simple and unadorned punch hit empty air, similarly hitting the node of resonance. Johnson then realized that his legs were trembling. We have lost track of them. They had infiltrated into Bill's Great Canyon, and our men have also disappeared. It is highly possible that they have perished. Inside the silver light, Tang Tian and the rest were rushing out with all their might. The large meeting room was dead silent, everyone was stunned by the news, and only Warren's dreamy voice could be heard. The silver light was like water, it ignited upon contact. My apologies, no one is to disturb us during the military meeting. Only until now, when he saw the exhausted people and the silver light that lit up the night sky, did he finally believe that they had truly won. Oh my God. That is. That is truly terrible news. Even if they flew over 50 kilometers away, they would still be able to see the silver light in the night. Everyone became quiet. The silver light that was gushing out was extremely eye-catching in the night, and it was obvious that Blue Wind City was already a living hell. Blue Wind City's branch had invited the Lacerators to help, but who knew that they would be ambushed that very night? The Lacerators used the light sword whale song, but all of them died. Blue Wind City. Blue Wind City was affected, and was completely erased. To be able to reach such a position, none of the military leaders were useless. When he saw the Lacerator soldiers being engulfed by the silver light, an indescribable fear took over every part of his body. However, it also gave him a glimmer of hope. The situation was different from what he had expected. He muttered to himself. The formless net was the law surface. Only then would Silverlight treat them as one of its kind, and they would not be harmed. As long as there was the slightest mistake, the Silverlight would become fatal. Perhaps he could use the Shun equipment to escape, but GZE and the others would be swallowed by the Silverlight. Who? At that time, he held his head with both hands and let out an unconscious sigh. When he found out about the light sword whale song, he thought that Tang Tien and the others were dead for sure. How many armies can survive a gold rank army killing technique? Perhaps Tang Tien could rely on his abnormally strong personal strength to survive, but the others definitely had no chance of survival. They had to synchronize their energy undulations with the silver light. The power of the silver light exceeded Tang Tien's expectations. He focused all his attention and tried his best to simulate the frequency of the silver light. The silver light that had gone out of control had also gone out of control. It was different from its previous stability. It had become unpredictable. Solomon's last thought was the endless silver light. The silver light that he was once extremely familiar with had engulfed him. Clan Elder Warren, you cannot go in. Master is currently holding a military conference. The group of people did not dare to stop. They flew at full speed, and only stopped after flying over 50 kilometers away. Tang Tien suddenly realized, law surface. We have truly won. Oliver nodded his head in satisfaction. His subordinates' reactions were not slow, and they were extremely experienced, able to grasp the opponent's weakness. Don't worry about them, Oliver said slowly. Leave this place. Clan Elder Warren's face was pale white, with a trace of fear. His lips trembled. Master, not good, not good. It was this trace of hope that made him not flee, but chose to persevere. Until he saw Tang Tien and the rest bringing along a silver light and rushing out from the sea of silver light, he could not believe his own eyes. Oliver's eyes flashed with a gloomy look. Bill's Great Canyon's terrain was extremely unique. It spanned over 1,000 li, with countless of branches and dark holes. It was definitely a good place to hide. Oliver said indifferently. The dissatisfaction in his eyes was quickly concealed. Yes. His subordinate hesitated for a moment, then said, the Western traders are pressing us more urgently. Beside him, everyone looked at Blue Wind City in the silver light, all of them in a daze. Everyone was still immersed in the fear of surviving the calamity. When they suddenly saw their master suddenly falling down, they were all startled. Luckily, GZE's reaction was the fastest. His figure flashed and caught Tang Tien. Tang Tien's face changed. The silver light's irregular undulation had become extremely clear. A commotion came out from outside, causing Oliver to frown, an intense dissatisfaction surfacing in his heart. The Western traders were becoming more and more outrageous, to actually be so arrogant and despotic. Oliver knew that he was able to stay in his position as a lieutenant general for so many years, although he had the help of the Western traders, but more importantly, he did not make any mistakes. Solomon only felt as though he was struck by lightning. Before he could react, the light pillar that he was holding onto suddenly lit up with a silver light aura. When Tang Tien finished speaking, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. Don't be anxious, the enemy is alone, and we have the initiative. As long as they reveal themselves, we can surround them at any place. I have an urgent matter to report to Master. The walls that were able to withstand the attacks of warship weapons, the layers of defense that were built with money, were like paper in front of the silver light, and were instantly destroyed. But the changes that happened next caused him to be dumbstruck once again. Oliver's heart jumped. He had a bad premonition, and immediately asked, Clan Elder Warren, what happened to you? What happened? Clan Elder Warren's entire body trembled, and said, Blue Wind City. Blue Wind City is gone. What if Tang Tien and the rest won? There were no big battles in the western region, but he had performed extremely well in suppressing the bandits, and that was the true crux. As long as he performed well, his position would be stable. Less credit? What does that matter? Isn't the head of the 5 great generals Muji Xia the same? The rest of them immediately followed Johnson and flew out of the city. No, I have an urgent matter. I need to see Master Oliver immediately. Blue Wind City is completely erased. The silver light that was out of control was like a collapsing ocean that flowed wantonly. Gone. Oliver was startled, But in the next moment, his expression became fierce. "What do you mean by gone? Clan Elder Warren, explain it to me clearly." Gze and the rest immediately felt the change in Tang Tian. Their originally sluggish footsteps suddenly became smooth. They were like fishes living in the silver light. They were extremely compatible with the silver light, as though they had become one with it. Bang! Inside the silver sea of light, a group of figures soared into the sky, bringing forth silver flames. All of them are gone. Clan Elder Warren spoke as though he was in a dream, his eyes filled with fear. The silver light was a high-grade energy that had been strengthened by the resonance of the light sword whale song, and was filled with astonishing destructive power. The Western traders' guards were the first to be engulfed, and before they could even make a sound, they had melted into the silver light. The lacerators released dazzling silver light from their bodies. The silver light pierced through their skin, revealing their bones. The silver flames combusted from their bodies, causing them to wail and wail. They struggled with all their might, but the silver flames had already seeped out of their bodies, causing them to be engulfed in flames. The wails gradually died down, and they gradually became faint in the silver light, until they disappeared. The bad feeling in Oliver's heart became even stronger, and his voice became sharp. "Clan Elder Warren, what exactly happened?" With a groan, he pulled everyone and rushed out. As long as he was stable, not only would the Western traders not dare to fall out with him, they would definitely rope him in. Lieutenant General Oliver listened to his subordinate's report expressionlessly. He was 54 years old, dressed in a neat and tidy military uniform. His hair was slightly white, and his face that was maintained well still had traces of the hardships he had gone through in the past. To be able to rise to the ranks of Lieutenant General in Temple, the competition he had experienced was extremely cruel. All of them are gone. With the threat of death and unprecedented concentration, Tang Tian entered a strange state. Oliver fell to the ground, his face as white as paper. They had killed the lacerators under the gold rank army killing technique. Just at that moment, the pale-faced Johnson flew over and said, "Over here." Oliver spoke out indifferently. His voice was low and powerful, causing people to unknowingly believe in him. Temple never lacked powerful military generals. They killed the lacerators. Blue Wind City. Blue Wind City. Clan Elder Warren trembled even more. When he realized that Tang Tian had fainted, his face changed, and anxiously shouted, "Leave this place." His subordinate immediately went to open the door, and a figure immediately rushed in. And as long as he lost the battle, his seemingly stable position would quickly crumble. Countless people were eyeing his position. There were only 12 lieutenant generals, and if he wanted to go up, someone had to give up their position. Although he had a close relationship with the Western traders, but he was never their puppet. The cooperation between him and the Western traders was just to obtain what they needed. As for how they fought, the Western traders could not interfere with him. Lacerators? Oliver's eyes twitched. Where did the lacerators come from? But the words that came after made him panic. He stood up and bellowed, "What's wrong with Blue Wind City?" Time seemed to have slowed down, the silver light around him. The frequency of the undulations became clearer in Tang Tian's eyes. It was so clear that he could even see the dazzling and dangerous silver light, an invisible net that was constantly undulating. When Oliver saw Elder Warren, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Is that still Clan Elder Warren? His hair was white, his face was filled with wrinkles, as though he had aged more than 10 years. "Let him in." Everyone looked at each other. An indescribable fear filled every corner of their bodies. He had fought with the lacerators before, and had seen the light sword whale song, but the energy undulations that continued to rise, as well as the silver sea of light that surpassed his imagination, caused him to feel instinctive fear. Oh my God. As they flew higher and higher, the silver light and flowing flames were like raindrops sliding down a lotus leaf, sprinkling into a silver rain. It was a very beautiful sight. Chapter 853. All of the structures had disappeared, and there was only one possibility: they had been destroyed by the energy. He was extremely glad that they did not escape. There was only one reason why they did not escape. After Tang Tian fainted, he had not woken up. All of them were elites among elites, true killing machines. They had terrifying strength and were cold and emotionless. They obeyed orders unconditionally, and did not fear death. Yes. Countless figures ran. Johnson and the rest disguised themselves as a small merchant group, and did not stand out in the crowd. When everyone noticed the battle, they were already enveloped by the silver sea of light, and no one could see them clearly. The generals who had just lost their support immediately reignited their fighting spirit. Charles praised, "Solomon is dead, but they are still able to escape. His strength is truly unfathomable. I am now curious, how did the Western traders offend such a powerful man? Furthermore, such a powerful expert should not be a nameless person. It truly makes me excited." All of this information was not a secret, and Johnson did not need to spend much effort to obtain it. Glancing at the surroundings, there were soldiers everywhere, and it was heavily guarded. Not only that, all the roads leading to the nearby regions were sealed, and an inescapable net was set up. The Banner of Knights was not an ordinary army, but was the core strength of Temple. The Banner of Knights had never recruited from the outside world, and would select young children from all over the place to groom them from young. All of these children had to undergo extremely harsh training from young, and face extremely cruel competition, with layers upon layers of elimination and selection. Charles stopped in his tracks and suddenly said, "At such a crucial time for the Southern expedition, such a vicious thing actually happened in our borders, it is unforgivable." Charles retracted his smile, his handsome face revealed a formless might. "Remove Oliver from his duties, all the armies under him will be temporarily under me, the rest of them will not be changed, and await further orders. Send people to escort Oliver to Temple, and accept the interrogation of Temple's clan elder." He and Fu Zhangji looked at each other, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Tang Tian had not woken up, and without a leader, everyone was at a loss as to what to do next. Oliver and Lance, who were stationed in the western region, received unprecedented criticism, and Temple requested for them to immediately find the culprit. Not only that, Temple had even sent out a specialized investigation group to investigate the matter. Charles' face turned cold, with an unprecedented seriousness. He bent down and used his hand to touch the ground. It was very hard, just like touching glass. This was the result of the super high temperature melting the rocks on the ground, forming something similar to glass. Sophie did not turn her head and coldly said to the people behind her, "Stay alert." The fanaticism in Charles' eyes disappeared, and he smiled warmly again. "You're right. Let's go." This order would be sent as soon as possible, and Oliver's fate would be decided. All of them were citizens of Blue Wind City that had escaped from Blue Wind City. Sophie spoke out coldly, "Gold rank army killing moves do not have such power." "Then I guess he will feel the pinch." Charles smiled and said, "As you said, he will lose his salary for 3 years. The one who came to report was the captain of Blue Wind City's local guards. He had a fat physique, and upon seeing so many important figures, he could not stop sweating. However, he also knew that if he didn't perform well now, he would only be in a worse state. Therefore, even though he was nervous and trembling a little, he still described the situation. "Yes." Someone in the darkness answered. The fatty did not understand the profoundness of the situation, but upon hearing the fatty's description, Sophie and the rest understood what had happened. A look of surprise surfaced on Charles' face. Blue Wind City was completely in ruins, all of the buildings were destroyed. There were no broken bricks or tiles, no broken walls. Blue Wind City's original location was empty. It was an endless charred ground, with only irregular pits. All of the pits were of different depths, and were densely packed together, like a beehive. "Yes," Sophie reminded, "be careful of his soldiers, there are only 100 to 200 of them," but the energy resonance produced was able to cause Solomon's light sword whale song to lose control. A group of people walked on top of the ruins. Sophie held onto her sword and walked beside Charles. Charles frowned. "The light sword whale song is a gold rank army killing move, right? In this matter, Oliver's responsibility is even greater. Lance has just been transferred over. It can be considered an undeserved calamity." The one who spoke was a young and handsome man. He was dressed in a flawless white robe, his golden hair was like a lion's, and his light blue pupils had an indescribable charm. The Battle of Blue Wind City shook the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy. Charles said to the fatty, "Describe the scene to me again." The silent troops behind her were like flowers scattered by a goddess. They formed over 100 beautiful golden arcs in the sky, and scattered to every corner of Blue Wind City. Go and see the scene. Charles did not speak anymore. Energy resonance. The banner of knights. When the generals who were welcoming them saw the golden-armored warriors, all of their faces turned pale white. 3 years. Sophie said coldly. Yes. The fatty immediately nodded his head. Sophie's tone was ice-cold, filled with killing intent. The enemy used energy resonance to continuously strengthen Solomon's light sword whale song, causing it to break through the critical point, causing it to collapse. They never thought that they would be able to escape from capture. Who knows the situation at that time? Yes. All of the generals replied in unison. When the fatty finished, he waved his hand, and the fatty immediately retreated. Charles revealed a satisfied look. I need generals with fighting spirit and ability. I hope that all of you do not disappoint me. After speaking for so long, the fatty finally calmed down. He regained his usual eloquence, and described the situation vividly. Upon receiving the news, Temple was enraged. Temple's actions were swift and decisive. The legendary number 1 elites of Temple, the banner of knights. Sophie did not care about the excited Charles. She turned and ordered coldly, increase the search, we cannot let go of a single inch of grass. All of their faces were pale, their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. The scene of Lieutenant General Oliver being escorted away was still fresh in their minds, and only then did they truly understand how furious Temple was with this matter. An indescribable light aura flashed past Charles' eyes. Solomon most probably did not expect that the opponent would use his most proficient domain, and with his ultimate technique, he would be easily killed. There is always a taller mountain. This person's understanding of energy resonance far surpasses Solomon. That is not a reason. Sophie said coldly. She knew that Charles admired Lance more. Sophie immediately understood Charles' determination to get rid of Oliver. She did not have the slightest bit of sympathy, and said simply, Oliver needs to take responsibility for this. Noticing their fear, Charles smiled and said warmly, it has already happened. Lieutenant General Oliver made a mistake. Temple will be lenient. But, it is not over yet. All of you are Temple's most trusted backbone. I hope that all of you can cooperate with each other in the upcoming operation, and display your usefulness, and wipe away this humiliation. Temple will never mistreat those who have done meritorious service. If any of you can do something, I will personally report to Temple for you. Of course. Charles shrugged his shoulders, his face revealing a warm smile. That is why we are here. It is said that Oliver lost the Gold Continent bandits. Temple's personally trained Lieutenant General actually lost track of a group of bandits. It is truly a disgrace. Could it be that all of his energy has been spent on how to earn money from the Western traders? Charles facepalmed in distress. His own subordinate was always so serious. Tilda, all right, since I am used to it, if I do not give an answer, she will definitely be serious to the end. Tilda, he said helplessly, a year of forfeiture, what do you think? Willpower, talent, diligence, the final victor would have the qualifications to enter the banner of knights. Although there were not many casualties among the citizens, but in the history of the Honorable Marshall Continent, there had never been a city that was wiped out. Especially when they were at the critical juncture of the Southern expedition, for such a terrible thing to happen, Temple's anger could be imagined. Johnson saw the people all over the mountains and plains, and for some reason, he relaxed. One after another, tall and sturdy golden figures landed on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. When he heard that the silver light was getting stronger and forming a sea of light, Charles seemed to have thought of something, and was shocked. His identity was extremely respected. He was the current sacred son of Temple, Charles. A warship with Temple's insignia swept across the sky at an astonishing speed. And when he heard the last part, the sea of silver light had gone out of control, and silver flames surged out from the lacerators' bodies, Charles's expression became extremely solemn. At that moment, the unconscious Tang Tien finally regained consciousness, and slowly opened his eyes. But he thought that the reason for Blue Wind City's disappearance was the light sword whale song. Where's Lance? Sophie asked coldly. When they arrived at Blue Wind City, they were welcomed by Oliver's subordinates. All of them had worried looks, as though they were worried for their future. Oliver had already been escorted back to Temple, and he did not dare to struggle. Let's go down, Charles said, and took the lead to jump down. Beside him floated a female spirit general. She had a devilish figure, a pure and holy face, so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was clad in a gold armor, and behind the armor was a pair of snow-white energy wings, making her look like a legendary angel. Layers of beautiful scales weaved into a pair of golden gloves. Holding onto the hilt, she stood upright. The large sword was as tall as her chest, the blade was wide, the sword hilt could be held with both hands, the sheath was covered with profound and beautiful patterns, with the sun pattern that symbolized light being the most eye-catching. Sophie then turned and spoke coldly to Charles. As a sacred son, you should come out and comfort the citizens. The fear on everyone's faces immediately disappeared, and their low morale was roused. Tilda, that's right, the matter is not over yet. If we can achieve great merits in front of sacred son Charles, and leave a deep impression on him, our future will definitely be bright. Tilda, in truth, other than the Western traders and the Lacerators mercenary group, Blue Wind City's casualties were negligible. The commotion of the battle awoke everyone from their dreams. The light sword whale song's resonance became stronger, and continued for a long time. The silver flames that formed at the end had astonishing destructive power, but its speed was not fast, giving everyone time to escape. The orders that everyone had received previously only stated that Sacred Son Charles would lead the investigation team. No one had expected that Sacred Son Charles would actually lead the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights. No one knew that they were the culprits that wiped out Blue Wind City, and in everyone's minds, even if the bandits were still alive, they would have long escaped. Why would they stay there? Yes. Chapter 854. Carl, I never thought that you would come as well. Charles smiled and welcomed him, as though he had met an old friend. Temple's intentions were clear. They wanted to eliminate the bandits in the shortest time possible. Johnson sighed. Carl immediately spoke up. Your Highness, rest assured, this matter was started by the Western traders, and the Western traders will not shirk their responsibility. The new city construction plan will be submitted to Temple soon, and all of the expenses will be taken care of by the Western traders, and the Western traders will bear at least half of the expenses. Sophie stood by Charles' side, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings from time to time, causing an undetectable undulation to spread out with her as the center. Charles revealed a satisfied look. The reconstruction of Blue Wind City had to be carried out. It concerned Temple's face, and at the same time, it concerned his own. Following that, Tang Tian was shocked by his own thoughts. The Honorable Martial Banner of Knights did not have many people, but every single one of them were extremely powerful. Brimming with destructive radiant aura, every single one of them was like a sun that was covered in armor, containing an endless destructive power. Charles knew his knight commander's temper, and did not mind. His gaze landed on the big bearded man walking towards him. The boorish-looking man who looked like a bandit was the highest authority of the Western traders, Carl. Charles' gaze landed on a transport ship not far away, and chuckled. The people from the Western traders are here. Temple is truly angry this time. The Sacred Son and the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights are the true core of Temple, and hold important positions in Temple. Ordinary matters will definitely not require the Sacred Son and the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights to move. For some reason, Tang Tian paid close attention to Johnson's casual rumors. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, only the Honorable Martial Continent was researching on spirits, and had already achieved substantial breakthroughs. The Great Sun was extremely bright, overbearing, and oppressive. Spirit generals were extremely rare in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and such a powerful female spirit general was even more shocking. She was the strongest spirit general that Tang Tian had ever seen. Even Sima Xiao's Magatama could not compare to her. His gaze had only landed on her for a moment, but it had already caused her to be on guard. And the undulation that she released after that, no one else noticed it, but Tang Tian was shocked. Being swept by the master's gaze, Johnson subconsciously felt as though he was being seen through. Temple is wise, Your Highness is wise. Carl revealed a look of gratitude. Kill Charles and the Knights Templar. Sophie's scout wave was superb, and even the slightest change could not escape her eyes. After saying that, Sophie turned around and left. Could he defeat Sophie? Tang Tian was not confident. He could not help but sigh. In this team, the role of an adult was irreplaceable. Charles had an enchanting smile on his face. His words were like a spring breeze. "It is our duty. Temple has the responsibility to protect everyone's property. Carl, you don't have to worry about it." An extremely daring idea popped into Tang Tian's mind. However, His Excellency's eyes were unusually bright. Even the darkness of the night could not obscure them. His gaze landed on the master, and when he met the master's eyes, he could not help but lower his head. When Xiao Chen woke up this time, his aura had undergone a huge change. The powerful aura from before had disappeared, becoming extremely ordinary. If he were to be thrown into a crowd, he would not be eye-catching at all. Sophie scanned the area again. Still nothing. There was one more person. Tang Tian didn't think so. Heaven's Road martial techniques. Johnson had also noticed the commotion in the distance. When he looked over, his face changed, and he exclaimed softly, "Sacred Sun, the banner of knights." Charles chuckled. Sophie was just so inflexible. He teased, "You have to get used to us being the center of attention. How can we not attract attention? And you're so beautiful as a fairy. It is normal for people to be unable to control themselves. Did you discover anything?" It was true that the matter in Blue Wind City was huge, but the reason why they sent out the Sacred Sun and the Banner of Knights was because Temple did not have any other heavyweight powerhouses. Jiao Yue had to oversee the situation, and the other 4 great generals were not around, thus Temple would brazenly send out the Sacred Sun and the Banner of Knights. Temple also understood that at the critical juncture of the southern expedition, maintaining the peace within their borders was the most important thing. Tang Tian looked at the group of people in the distance with interest, and asked Johnson, "Who are they?" "Relax, Sophie." Charles chuckled, "Do you think they will stop here?" But from the feedback, they did not find any suspicious people. Tang Tian, who possessed extraordinary intuition, felt that the man in front of him was not simple at all. Sophie retracted her gaze and did not say a word. Her impression of the Western traders was terrible. Others might need to consider the financial groups like the Western traders, and could provide them with help, but Sophie did not care about that, and naturally did not need to give them any face. "Tilda, that is definitely bad news." Tilda, although he did not know the name of the undulation, but Tang Tian recognized it with one look, and secretly praised it for being powerful. The undulation was like a bait, and could easily cause the energy in their bodies to react. If not for their zero-energy bodies, they would have been exposed. "Your Highness." Carl immediately ran in front of Charles and bowed respectfully, and spoke with fear. "I have caused so much trouble for Temple, and even caused your Highness to personally come. This lowly one truly deserves to die." Charles spoke warmly. "The Western traders are the role models of the various continents in the Western region, and are also the pillar. I hope that the Western traders can be a role model. Blue Wind City has been destroyed, so the construction of a new city cannot be delayed. On this matter, Temple cannot keep an eye on it. I hope that the various trading organizations can work together and rebuild the Grand Blue Wind City." He never thought that the commander of the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights would actually be a female spirit general. The Sacred Saint Galaxy was not conducive to the formation of living spirits, but if living spirits were to be born, it would be extremely easy for them to grow stronger in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. And if the Spirit General was extremely powerful, then the speed of improvement would be extremely fast, as the energy in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was too dense. Sima Xiao's Magatama was the same, she seemed to change every day. The strength of the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights did not exceed Tang Tian's expectations. His gaze landed on the Sacred Sun Charles, who had a smile on his face the entire time, and looked no different from an ordinary person. "I will go patrol." Charles' smile was warm and friendly, and extremely approachable. He consoled the old, caressed the children's heads and encouraged them warmly, and asked them what problems they encountered, and what they needed him to do. No one expected that the noble Sacred Sun would be so humble and friendly, and in the blink of an eye, he had subdued everyone. Everyone's gaze towards him were filled with respect and support. Many of them were kneeling on the ground and crying. "Not at the moment," Sophie said coldly. She felt that it was strange. She had truly felt a gaze on her, but when she turned around, she did not notice anything. Out of caution, she had even released the scouting ripple. There was still Sophie. If the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights were like the sun that was filled with destructive power, Then Sophie was like the deepest darkness in the sea of energy, not revealing any chi. The scouting ripple was a type of probing martial technique, and was extremely sensitive to energy undulations. For outstanding generals and powerful martial artists, the ability to seize and control energy was a kind of instinct. Once the scouting ripple swept past them, it would immediately produce an extremely minute feedback, which could reflect the opponent's strength to a certain degree. If Sophie was truly created by Temple, then Temple's research on spirits is much deeper than what I can imagine. Someone was sizing us up just now, Sophie said coldly. Tang Tian's eyes constricted. He suddenly thought about Sima Xiao's Magatama. In other words, Magatama was created. Could it be that the honorable martial continent has grasped such a technique? And, to be able to create such a powerful spirit general, that is truly terrifying. His smile became even more amiable. With Carl taking charge of this matter, I can be at ease. The imposing aura from the honorable martial banner of knights was even more terrifying, to the point that it actually caused people to feel suffocated. The gold armor on their bodies seemed to have enveloped their imposing aura, but it would occasionally reveal a trace of tyrannical destructive aura, causing people to tremble involuntarily. Were they created? Is it a misconception? When Tang Tian woke up, everyone immediately found their backbone, and all the confusion and hesitation disappeared overnight. Johnson heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The change in the atmosphere made him feel that it was miraculous. All the people who looked like frosted eggplants for the past few days were now brimming with energy, their faces filled with ominous glints as they walked back and forth, as though they had excess energy and were looking for a fight. Tang Tian did not have any strength in his body, but he was still in high spirits. His clear eyes were like stars, extremely bright. In the distance, Tang Tian listened to Johnson introducing the sacred son Charles and the honorable martial banner of knights. His gaze would occasionally land on the honorable martial banner of knights donned in gold armor, and his heart trembled. All of the honorable martial banner of knights that were wrapped up tightly, all of them emitted a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura was somewhat familiar, causing him to think about the saints in Heaven's Road. The specialty of Heaven's Road's martial techniques was the refinement of energy, which the sacred Saint Galaxy did not possess. There were many martial techniques in Heaven's Road that were not suitable here, but the temple had many geniuses, and many of them had improved on these martial techniques, and the scouting ripple was one of them. Sacred son Charles comes from a prestigious family. His father is the youngest clan elder of Temple, and his mother is the daughter of the previous great clan elder. Ever since he was born, he received blessings, and his talent is unparalleled. He is hailed as the greatest discovery of Temple in the past 100 years, and his every word and action is closely watched. Sacred son Charles has displayed intelligence beyond his age since young, and at the age of 15, with the unanimous approval of the clan elder, he was appointed as the current generation's sacred son. Master Sophie's background is extremely mysterious. Some people say that she is the immortal spirit of the deceased Holy Maiden, and is protecting sacred son Charles. But this subordinate had unintentionally heard of a rumor, saying that Master Sophie was created. But this rumor is too shocking. Her hand did not leave the sword hilt, and was extremely cautious. Chapter 855. Seems like the opponent is trying to disguise himself, Muji Xia thought. Muji Xia's eyes lit up. That's right, a unified savage continent is also not beneficial to the gold continent. It was highly possible that the gold continent could see the danger of the savage continent's unification, and wanted to kill that woman. However, Tang Tian's achievements made him feel very surprised and shocked. In the faraway Shang continent, Xiao who was immersed in his work, seemed to have heard someone reminding him, and raised his head in a daze. But he never thought that not only did he not find any traces of the enemy, he would even encounter a mechanical army in the savage continent. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. However, the cautious Muji Xia did not let down his guard. He carefully observed the other party. When he noticed the opponent's war flag, he was a little surprised. It was an eye-catching bronze cross. This thought flashed through Muji Xia's mind, causing his expression to become even more serious. He knew what that meant to the honorable martial continent. As long as the savage continent got rid of that woman, they would be able to solve the root of the problem, and the southern region would not be a threat. Other than the honorable Marshall continent, there was another powerhouse that was equally strong and united, and that was the Gold Continent. But to a thick-skinned and black-hearted guy like old Tang, such mockery was useless. He was ashamed for 2 seconds before he adjusted himself and said proudly, "He's still my son. The student has surpassed the master. It can be seen how wonderful my arrangements were back then, how far-sighted. Old commander, do you know what a man's strongest weapon is?" But the truth was right in front of him. When would he be able to end his life as a laborer? At this moment, little fool missed Tang Tian's return very much. However, why did it feel a little familiar? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The warrior's heart that was filled with years of rust suddenly began to move slowly. The rust rustled and fell off. The sharpness was like snow, and the heat was like a soldering iron. He had been bitterly searching for the Perseus King Court. The legendary goddess of war was the key to unifying the savage continent. Muji Xia had long made up his mind, regardless of the price he had to pay, even if he had to die in the savage continent, he would kill that woman. As long as they killed that woman, the newly united savage continent would immediately crumble and break apart. Muji Xia was extremely familiar with the flag of the Gold Continent Elite Army, but he had never seen this flag before. What a strange name. Muji Xia had never heard of such a strange name. The reason why he sealed little fool in the palace was to give him enough time to grow. On the other hand, Tang Tian, who only had a bright side, was naive and optimistic. He did not have too many thoughts, so it was not easy for him to arouse the vigilance of others. This was a kind of protection for him, allowing him to grow up safely. Inside the Gemini throne, a face that resembled Tang Tian but was slightly more handsome revealed a slightly mocking smile. His sideburns were grizzled, and his gorgeous black robe was meticulous, giving off a noble aura. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Muji Xia wouldn't have believed it. His weathered face was now solemn. Muji Xia was puzzled. After entering the sacred Saint Galaxy for so many years, their leader was born in the Gold Continent, and had a high position. Although he returned to the Gold Continent as a spirit general, he still had a huge reputation. The two of them created such an army. The gold state pattern could greatly increase the strength of the armor, greatly increase the affinity with energy, and greatly increase the user's control over energy. It could also greatly increase the performance of the mechanical puppets. But its craftsmanship was extremely complicated, and its cost was extremely high. Only the top-level mechanical puppets would be willing to use it. It was impossible for such a grade of mechanical puppets to appear in the market. If not for the Honorable Marshall Continent's intelligence system being outstanding, Muji Xia would not have recognized it. Muji Xia also knew that mechanical puppets with gold state patterns were used by the highest level of guards in the Gold Continent. Why isn't Crazy Tang back yet? What terrible luck, your crow's mouth is working. Who knew that the development of the situation was out of his expectations? Little fool finally broke through the seal, but he was still unable to take control of the body, and was ultimately suppressed by Tang Tian's light side. And he thought that Tang Tian did not have any schemes, and did not have enough intelligence, but had mysteriously achieved a hegemony. From the start to the end, Little Fool had always been in a supporting position, which made Old Tang unable to understand. Old Tang spoke calmly, but with a disdainful attitude. As a man, the strongest martial power is to sow a seed, and change the world. Just like how he had 2 sons, one was a treacherous and cunning son who had received guidance from famous teachers, but could not compare to the other naive and simple-minded son who lived in a desolate area. The Gold Continent was the strongest continent in the Eastern region, with a long history, and was the true ruler of the Eastern region. Muji Xia stared at the bronze forest that was filled with killing intent, his gaze congealed, his heart filled with shock. The commander thought for a moment, invincible, undefeatable. He had never seen such a strange mechanical puppet, 2 heads, 4 arms, as though 2 bodies were glued together. The 2 bodies were black and white, with a clear distinction. One was white with black eyes, the other was black with white eyes. The dividing line between the 2 bodies was black and white, and the 4 words Gemini throne could be clearly seen. Invade the savage continent. No. Invading the savage continent is not as beneficial as invading the southern region. Tilda listening to old Tang's nagging, the commander's thoughts started to drift, all the memories that were weathered to the point of nothingness surfaced in his mind, all the faces that he once thought he had completely forgotten, were as clear as ever. The commander was enraged. You want to fight? They had quietly set off after the Honorable Marshal Continent launched the southern expedition. Tilda, that shouldn't be the case. Tilda, if the Gold Continent and the Honorable Marshal Continent attacked the southern region at the same time, with a pincer attack, it would be easy to divide the southern region. And in the history of the savage continent, it had never been conquered before. Compared to the affluent southern region, the savage continent was barren and barren. Even if the Gold Continent wanted to attack the savage continent, they would definitely not just send 2,000 elites. What could they do? Gemini throne? Calm down, the enemy is right in front of us, don't tell me you want them to laugh at you. Old Tang said slowly. He, for Muji Xia to actually appear in the savage continent, needless to say, he definitely has designs on my daughter-in-law, he truly does not know his place. Old Tang still did not understand how Tang Tian did it, he only felt that his son was extremely good at tormenting people, especially good at taking advantage, and once he tormented, he would take advantage. From the style of the mechanical puppet, it was definitely a mechanical puppet from the Gold Continent. Its slender body did not look fat at all, and it held dual blades on its back with the hilt facing downwards. The classic configuration of 6 pairs of wings on its back demonstrated its outstanding mobility. The green metal armor was engraved with complicated and profound patterns. It was a configuration that only top-grade mechanical puppets would have, and they had a special name, Gold Continent patterns. Tang Tian's achievements were not only stronger than Little Fool's, even old Tang himself felt ashamed. Wrong. Old Tang said without hesitation. If one looked closely, they would realize that the man was actually a spirit general. That's fine, go ahead and beat him. Old Tang's anger seemed to have disappeared, and he spoke slowly, full of reminiscence. Anyways, his skin is thick, and can take a beating. Sigh, since he was young, I have never beaten him up. Oh, I mean since young, I have never let him feel the love of a father, what a pity. His rough face was filled with vicissitudes of life, as though time had etched its mark. Commander was right, Gemini Constellation's foundation, compared to Tang Tian's foundation, was like a small magician in the presence of a great magician. It was as though he had returned to the distant battlefield, back to the familiar sound of the wind, the familiar shouts, even the air was filled with a familiar smell, the smell of gunpowder. That war flag was the same as in the past. But compared to Tang Tian, he was able to create the Southern Alliance in the southern region with his bare hands. If he was given a bit more time, the possibility of unifying the southern region was extremely high. But what made Muji Xia even more worried was the Gold Continent's mechanical army appearing in the savage continent, and the strategic intention behind it. The commander's face immediately turned black. Come, let's fight, just treat it as a warm-up exercise. Unless the other party had the same thoughts as him. We can fight slowly, there's no rush, we've fought for so many years. Old Tang said slowly, but the opportunity to meet Muji Xia, TSK, is something that can only be chanced upon. You dug out the Southern Cross Army's war flag from the rubbish heap from tens of thousands of years ago, and placed it on our army, and I reluctantly agreed. But, young Mu should not recognize the flag, but that's right. The Southern Cross Army's war flag has disappeared for tens of thousands of years, who would remember? Since we have raised this war flag, we cannot lose face. How is it, old commander? Don't tell me you've forgotten your past abilities. Tilda, did the Gold Continent find a way to solve the problem of the Gold Continent marks? Tilda, you don't have blood. Old Tang reminded him. The commander laughed, he raised his head. But there were over 2,000 of these mechanical puppets in front of him. The commander did not understand. Wrong? What's wrong? Aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to him? The commander had a look of disbelief. He scoffed. Oh, I forgot about Little Fool. In the past, you had high hopes for Little Fool. The dark side of human nature converged into one, crafty, sinister, cold. He also had countless of famous teachers to guide him. TSK. What was that again? I remember now. He can embody the demeanor of the Gemini constellation's royal family, he can control the Gemini constellation's foundation, and he is your trump card to turn the tables. In the end. Ha 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 ha. Crazy Tang doesn't care about your broken palace anymore. That was the only reason that could explain the appearance of a 2,000 elite army in the savage continent. Tang Tian was safe and sound, causing the biggest stone in his heart to drop. The reason why he asked his wife to bring Tang Tian to Star Wind City was to let them avoid the calamity and not attract attention. Haha, we finally have a fight. In the cabin beside him, a tall and sturdy man laughed out loud, his expression excited. Run run run, I've run so much that my mouth tastes like a bird, I can finally fight. And it's Muji Xia, ha 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 ha, your father's blood is boiling. He felt that his world view had been completely toppled. Amidst the laughter, old Tang's face was as black as a pot. In truth, he had never thought that the one in control would actually be Tang Tian's bright side. After thinking about it, he decided to send someone to inquire. Just at that moment, his gaze swept past a mechanical puppet, and he was immediately startled. The commander added fuel to the fire. He even has ideas about your son. In the end, his tone was ice cold, filled with killing intent. Chapter 856. He could not help but look at the old commander. He believed that the things that he could see, the old commander would definitely be able to see as well. The old commander's ability to command and charge could easily suppress old Tang. In terms of intelligence, the old commander could not compare to him. He had spent a lot of effort on the army, and his standard had soared. But the strange thing was, as long as they fought, he would always be defeated by the old commander. Prepare for battle. Tilda come, my green-red cross scythe. Tilda Muji Xia's state of mind did not waver, his face that was covered with frost was indifferent, he stood at the front of the troops, as stable as a boulder. The area that he controlled was not always better, and the more energy he had, the better. He had understood this logic from a long time ago. Little Tang was shocked, but old Tang was even more shocked. Muji Xia's heart surfaced a sense of danger. The blade was unsheathed. An indescribable light sigh and respect rose in old Tang's heart. He did not give orders like how he usually did, but took the initiative to give up the authority to command. He was very clear that his battle instincts could not be compared to the old commander. Behind him, all of the mechanical puppets were doing the same action, unsheathing their blades. Just at that moment, a low and powerful voice broke the silence. The low and deep voice came out from the commander's chest. He looked forward, his face solemn. Over and over again, to the empty heart, to the emptiness that had no response, to the long-gone disappearance, he shouted in vain, just like in the past. They were facing such a monster, and the pressure was unimaginable. The ground trembled, the ground beneath their feet was like a gigantic drum that was fiercely struck. Tilda, how will the old commander perform against Muji Xia? Tilda, in his desolate heart that had been extinguished for 10,000 years, he shouted, roared, frantically called out, his shouts resonated. Inside Gemini Constellation King, the old commander was expressionless, but his body was trembling uncontrollably. The black and white Gemini Constellation King slowly lowered his waist, his forearms slowly unsheathing their blades at the same speed. Tilda En, this is? Tilda Muji Xia's eyes even caught a glimpse of the surrounding mountain peaks that were affected, with countless of rocks falling down. Many of the memories that had disappeared, in the depths of his soul that was trembling, suddenly surfaced. On the opposite side of the sea of light, every tiny ripple spread out, turning from tiny to huge. At first, it was like a mosquito buzzing. As the ripples expanded, it was like heavy thunder. The energy around Muji Xia's army was being assimilated at an astonishing speed. But the focus of his gaze was firmly on the black and white Gemini Constellation King. He saw a pair of eyes, a pair of blazing eyes. Muji Xia's heavy sword was edgeless, but he was not skilled. In terms of realm, Muji Xia surpassed the other four. Come on, brat, look at my green-red cross scythe. He was completely unaware that his weathered face was incomparably serious. Interesting. Muji Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel the change in his opponent's aura. What surprised him even more was that the expansion of the area of energy he controlled was restrained. The energy at the border, which had just been controlled, was affected by the strange tremors and went out of control again. Muji Xia was expressionless. Southern Cross Army? He seemed to have heard of it somewhere. He had a vague impression of it. I think it should be an unknown army. Muji Shia did not take it to heart. There were countless armies in the sacred Saint Galaxy. How could he remember them so clearly? Muji Shia was different from the other four. He had always been stationed in the Wei Yiguan continent, and did not have any outstanding achievements. But from start to finish, Muji Shia was the leader of the 5 honorable martial tigers. Many people in the outside world did not understand why. Even the citizens of the honorable martial continent did not understand. Everyone would say that even if he did not have any achievements, he had worked hard, he was humble and low profile, steady and reliable. No one truly believed that Muji Shia was the strongest out of the 5 honorable martial tigers. If Tang Tian was there, he would definitely be shocked. Solomon's light sword whale song was fully activated, adding his support. He was able to achieve such a state, but Muji Shia was able to achieve it with just a battle formation. A 100% synchronization rate, that explained everything. No one had ever achieved that, never. Old Tang, who was chattering on and on, also quietened down. He could feel his comrades' extremely deep fighting intent. It's better to beat him up before talking. So fast. Old Tang's face changed. He thought that he had placed enough importance on Muji Shia, but at that moment, he realized that he had still underestimated him. In a battle, underestimating the opponent was definitely a dangerous and terrible thing to do. Furthermore, it was not important. In his eyes, it did not matter what army the opponent was, he would be the victor. His eyes that were as indifferent as a god did not have any undulations. It was empty, no one replied. When Old Tang saw the 100% synchronization rate, all of his doubts were resolved. Muji Shia's pupils constricted. Come, everyone, look at my green-red cross scythe. Muji Shia's gaze did not waver. Old Tang was no longer a newbie in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. He had stayed in the Sacred Saint Galaxy for a long time, and had a deep understanding of the army system. To be able to create such a terrifying scene, there was only one reason: synchronization rate, a 100% synchronization rate. Commander, I'm sorry, I really can't learn it, woo-woo. The young man whimpered, his shoulders twitching. Gemini King had 4 arms, and its posture was slightly different. With the 2 extra arms, one blade was raised high, and the other blade was placed in front of him, with the blade tip pointing downwards. Muji Shia did not care that the assimilation energy was restricted. Maybe the old commander does not want to let down the banner, or maybe it is the pride deep in the warrior's heart that has never given up, even if 10,000 years have passed, even if the land beneath his feet is not the same land, even if the sky above his head is not the same sky. Old Tang was very clear what the battle under the banner meant to the old commander. Muji Shia's army in front of him was dense and organized. He praised in his heart, as expected of the top-grade famous general. What a familiar feeling. This was Muji Shia. Under his simple and unadorned appearance, was the pride that was hidden in the deepest part. Every step was earth-shattering. The 2 peaks on both sides continued to crumble, large amounts of mountain rocks and soil, bringing along a cloud of dust, rumbled down. With just one step, his speed suddenly increased by a lot, and the figure that rushed out from the cloud of dust became somewhat blurry. The bright red color spread at an astonishing speed along the blade, to the bronze palms and arms. Bang! The sense of danger in Muji Shia's heart became stronger and stronger. The standard long sword that was covered in scars was placed in front of him, and the expression on his face finally changed. Advance! Old Tang finally understood why Muji Shia was the leader of the 5 honorable martial tigers. The 2,000 mechanical puppets were like 2,000 statues, with the exact same posture. Shaw. Suddenly, Muji Shia noticed that Gemini constellation Wang Jian's 2 blades did not turn red, but instead lit up with a green light aura. And the other mechanical puppets' bodies also lit up with a green light aura. The 4,000 blades, with the same speed, were slowly moving, the blades rubbing against the scabbard, converging into a sound, bringing along an indescribable tremor that rippled out in all directions. I told you guys long ago, my talent is very powerful. Commander, don't worry, I will definitely bring this technique to greater heights. Hey, what's with your expressions? Are you looking down on me? The young man's face was flushed red. Bang bang bang. Southern Cross Army. Every famous general here had gone through hundreds of battles, all of them had stepped on piles of corpses to become famous. Leading troops into battle, Old Tang was very clear that the old commander was stronger than him. The strange tremors disappeared, the rustling sound disappeared, and the battlefield became quiet. The two of them had been partners for many years, and were extremely familiar with each other. Along the way, Old Tang held the absolute initiative. In terms of schemes and strategies, the two of them were on completely different levels. Even if the opponent was a famous general, even if the opponent was the other four tigers. The opposing army, the strange-looking Gemini constellation king, was also at the front of the formation. This caused Muji Xia to be even more impressed. Not all military generals had the courage and ability to stand at the front of the formation. It showed that the opponent's strength was not ordinary, and they were confident. But to Muji Xia, it did not matter. When he had just arrived at the Sacred Saint Galaxy, he was filled with disdain towards it. The martial techniques here were outdated and lacked variation. But, when he slowly familiarized himself with the Sacred Saint Galaxy, he understood that the Sacred Saint Galaxy walked on another path, where armies ruled. When he understood more and more, the disdain in his heart towards the Sacred Saint Galaxy had long disappeared, and was replaced with even more reverence. The history of the Sacred Saint Galaxy was much longer than Heaven's Road, its foundation was much more profound than Heaven's Road, and the army system had already developed to its peak. The most perfect state in theory, which was hailed as a synchronization rate that was impossible to achieve in reality, had appeared in front of him. Only with a 100% synchronization rate could it create the scene in front of him. He was slightly excited, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed himself down. He did not look down on Muji Xia, but he did not dare. Squatting down, his body leaned forward, both of his hands opened up like wings, holding onto two long blades. Muji Xia might not be the strongest military general in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but he definitely had the qualifications to be one of them. Countless of cracks, like spiderwebs, extended out in all directions, raising dust that covered the sky. Are they attacking? Just at that moment, Muji Xia seemed to have noticed the commotion, and also changed into a battle formation. The aura of the opposing formation changed, everyone's aura became one. Extremely dense light energy flowed silently within the battle formation, without any hindrance. The energy became denser and denser, congealing into a substance. The soldiers' figures were like a white liquid that disappeared. It was a sea of white light, a sea of light that contained endless danger and destruction. Inside the white light, Muji Xia stared coldly at the opposing army. He initially wanted to send people to ask, but he did not expect the opponent to actually get into a battle formation. Without hesitation, he also got into a battle formation. Mo Xin's flawless balance, Zhou Yue's strongest defense, Qiu Shuhua's heavenly steed soaring through the skies, Go Cheng Wendao's unparalleled incisiveness, all of them were radiating with boundless radiance. Out of them, Muji Xia was simple and unremarkable. Brat. Everyone. Her. In Muji Xia's vision, a red dot appeared. It was the blade tip that swept through the air at high speed, causing intense friction, causing the blade tip to be heated red. But in the next moment, the densely packed red dots appeared in his vision. 2,000 extremely heavy bronze mechanical feet fiercely stepped on the ground at the same time, without the slightest mistake, as though they were the same person. The jaw-dropping precision, speed and weight caused the simple step to be filled with unparalleled might. That's right, the war flag was the same as in the past. He roared with all his might, with a trace of trembling in it. Muji Xia was surprised. The opponent's strength was not ordinary, but his emotions were actually wavering at such a time.